Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. Things are going well here. Um, I have some announcements that I should talk about. So, the first announcement, I suppose, is that I posted a new puzzle, which somehow I have not streamed since I posted the last puzzle because it's the Sunday to Friday long time. But I posted a new puzzle on LMD. It is called uh, Tilt-A-Whirl, and it is a 10 lines slash parody lines puzzle. Uh, if you are into that sort of thing, I do hope you enjoy it if you solve it. Uh, I will note, I think more than any difficult puzzle, at least that I've set, uh, I have seen a lot more people solve it uh, without finding the break-in, which suggests to me that I perhaps did not telegraph the break-in as well as I thought I had. So the people who found the intended break-in in a reasonable amount of time have loved it, and then some people who did not find the intended break-in have been less enthralled by it. So anyway, that is my warning. If you're looking at it at some point and you're stuck, by all means, send me a ping on Discord and just show me your grid, and I can point you in the right direction. Uh, anyway, I'm sure this puzzle and this break-in, I'm sure will get talked about in my review of my puzzles of the year list. Alrighty. Also, officially, I am teaching my Sudoku course again. So, for those of you who do not know, I teach a course on designing Sudoku puzzles, believe it or not. And I am excited that I get to teach that again. And so I was doing some planning for that. So I'm quite excited for that today. Uh, okay. So, do I have any other important announcements? I don't think so. So we're starting with a Manu puzzle today. This is the most voted on puzzle by our windmills. So for those of you who don't know, our windmills get to look at the list of upcoming puzzles that we might do, and vote on which ones they'd most like to which ones they'd most like to see, and then I start stream with that one. So in this case, this was voted for by the following supporters: Nordy, Ken, Paulfly, Doomdiot, Luda, Russ, Dorlear, and David. And thank you so much to all of you for your support. There's some new names in there that we haven't read in the vote description before, at least not read in the vote description very many times. So I am quite excited to have you all as supporters, and I hope you enjoy this puzzle. Manu was very helpful when we were designing 10 clumps, I recall, on stream. Or I guess the puzzle ended up being called Jello, but was hanging out the whole time and interacting, so that was exciting. So let's do a Manu puzzle. So let us read the rules. So we have regular German whispers, so digits that are next to each other on German whispers have to differ by at least 5. Hey, MusicCuber, welcome! So, for example, if this is an 8, this could be a 3, but it can't be a 4 because 8 and 4 are only 4 apart. Don't look at any of the German Whispers puzzle, or sorry, don't look at any of the Dutch Whispers puzzles I've ever done with my relationship with 8s and 4s. Hey, Ace of Spades! Hey, AM 1028! So we have all of that. And then we have skyscrapers except... it looks like. So these clues are skyscrapers, but it looks like. The way a skyscraper clue would normally work is that you look starting from the side, something like that. Let's do that. And you start at this side, and you can see a building if it's the highest number you've seen so far from that point of view. So the way I usually fill this in, 7 and 5, is to say you see the 1 because it's the only building you've seen so far. You see the 3 because it's the highest building you've seen so far. It's higher than the 1. You don't see the 2 at all because the 2 building is, so to speak, hidden by the 3. It's certainly not the highest you've seen so far. The 4, though, that is the highest you've seen so far. The 6 is the highest you've seen so far. The 9 is the highest you've seen so far. And then none of these are the highest you've seen so far. And so every building from this side is either seen or unseen, and the clue is meant to be the number that are seen. So they're meant to be 3. In this case, there are 5 yellow cells, so this is certainly not correct. However, and so this is the last line I have to read, due to low-hanging clouds in the city today, skyscrapers from 5 or lower are never visible from clues outside the grid. Therefore, those clues can only see skyscrapers from 6 or higher. So if we were to modify this to match the actual rules of the puzzle, then we'd just say we automatically hide every building from 1 to 5, and so the only ones you would see would be 6 and 9, so this would be a 2. So this is also not good, along with other various problems, like the 987 along the German Whispers is usually not a good way to do a German Whispers. Okay, so we see lots of the high digits is the point, because there's only 4 digits you can see, and you see exactly 3 of them, is the point. Okay. So we have a bet tree already pre-selected, and several people have done some work for me, including identifying that 4s, 5s, and 6s are all sort of funny with German Whispers. So 5s are the easiest because you just can't do anything with a 5 on a German Whisper without some sort of shenanigans going on. And there are no shenanigans in this puzzle with the German Whispers, so I just can't make a digit that's at least 5 away from 5. So that will not work. 4 is a, so to speak, monogamous digit, which means that 4 can go on a German Whispers, totally fine. However, if you put a 4 on a German Whispers, the only digit it can go with is a 9. And that's a problem with putting 4s in certain places on German Whispers. So, for example, this place, a 4 will be a problem because that would also be a 9, and it would put 2 9s next to each other. And the same is true with 6s, except with 1s. 6s also only go with one thing. So all of these cells all have the property that I can't put a 5 in them, and I can't put a 4 or a 6 in either of them either. And what that means is we get a hidden 4, 5, 6 triple. And just to explain what that means, these are the only 3 cells in the box that could contain the digits 4, 5, or 6. And so since each of those cells can only contain 1 digit, I therefore am obligated to put 4, 5, and 6 in these 3 cells. Okay. So that is my story here. Okay. So that is all quite interesting. Let's look at this row. So this row has something cute going on that's similar. So first of all, 5 in this row can only go in one of these places. Where can 6 go? And so the 6 can't go, funnily enough, here or here, because each of those, although normally it would be okay, these can't work because of the given 1, which is super cute. None of these can be 6 because they'd put 2 1s in the row, and this one can't be 6 because it'd put 2 1s in the column. So actually we have another hidden pair. In this case, it's a hidden 5, 6 pair in this row. And that hidden pair now means that we need to put a 4 somewhere in this row. And because, as already noted, 4s are tricky, we can't put a 4 here. Because again, if I put a 4 here, just to review, that would put 2 9s there. That doesn't work. There won't work because that would make those 2 9s. And so we can continue along. The only 2 places we can put a 4 are there. And so what that means is that this digit is definitely a 9, and it is our first digit. And so we get to have our dancing penguin. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. That was a lovely 9 dance, as always. So we can highify some digits. So this is the other secret of German Whispers, is that you can't have Words. You can't have fives on them. And so every digit on them is either less than 5 or more than 5. And every digit that's less than 5 has to connect to a digit that's more than 5, because if I'm more than 5 away from a digit that's less than 5, I have to be more than 5, and vice versa. So Nordy pointing out we also can't have words on them. That's true. And so therefore we can always do this little coloring trick. And so for me, low is always blue because low is cold, and high is orange because orange is hot, I guess. But whatever version of that you would like is how I sort of color my German whispers. Now, this being a 9 is probably not possible, is going to be my guess as to what the point of this is. And I didn't see why at first as I was stalling for time while I explained that, but I now see why this can't be a 9. And the reason why maybe this can be a 9 actually. But I think it's a problem if this is a 9, because if this is a 9, it has to have 2 high digits behind it in order for this 3 to work, because remember the skyscrapers in this puzzle only see 6, 7, 8, and 9. So there would only be 1 high digit left down here. So that would have to be high. Is that actually a problem if this has to be high? It would have to be an 8 or a 7. I don't know if this being an 8 or a 7 is actually a problem. Maybe it's okay, actually. It's certainly very restrictive if one of these is a 9. Because of what it does to low digits in the corresponding column owing to the skyscraperosity. So we've got that. J-Tire says this is not 9 by the skyscraper. Do I know that the 9 doesn't just go in one of these cells? There's a row 3 skyscraper. Oh, haha. Tristan tried to trick me because he put the YouTube chat over the top of the 3 skyscrapers, so I could not even see it. So yes. So now that I see that there's a 3 skyscraper here that everyone has been talking about, and I have been incredibly confused about how these skyscrapers related to this one. This certainly is not a 9 because there would be a maximum of 2 skyscrapers seen. And so actually, where does the 9 go in this row? The 9 in this row absolutely has to go in one of these 2 cells. Oops. So therefore this is not a 9, and it's not a 6 either. So this can only be a 7 or 8. These are from 1, 2, 3. Just noting that. If this is an 8, then that's a 6. I don't know how weird that is. Let's see. Nordy says neither row 3, column 4, nor row 3, column 6 can be 9. Oh, but then maybe retracts that claim. So yeah, so one of these is 9. Okay, and so one consequence of that is that these digits have to be blue or 5. Because whichever of these is a 9, it needs 2 orange digits in the column in front of it. So these are blue or green, and green is my color for 5s in this world. And so that means there's 3 total blues in this column already. Okay. So there's 3 or 4 blues. But there can't be 4 blues. So in fact, there actually is a 5 here. And the reason why I know that is because at least one of these is blue. One of these is blue. One of these is blue. And one of these is blue. Yes, I did just highlight a single cell and say one of these is a blue. It's Friday. Leave me alone. So that's blue and that's blue. One of these 2 is blue, and at least one of these is blue because they can't both be 5. But that's 4 blues. And so therefore I need a 5 up here is the point of all of this. And so this is a 5 blue pair, but that means that this can only be 6. So we can go ahead and 4, 5 down there. So I guess this is only 7 or 8 again because it sees a 6 and a 9 and it's high. So these are only from 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the cloud rule is very cute. I like the idea of skyscrapers, but with less mental torture. Seems like a good idea overall. Right. Okay, so one of these, Tristan is explaining this to me. It's really clever. Remember, one of these columns uses all the oranges, which means the other of these sees no skyscrapers. So the one of these that's not a 9 is definitely not an 8. And let me just show that to you, what happens. We know the one in the column with the 9 has to have the oranges above it. But now there's no skyscrapers for this to see before the 8. So the skyscraper clue in this column would have to be a 2. That doesn't work. Oh, thank you, David. David has donated just because. Thank you, David. Thank you. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And thank you again, David. Much appreciated. So that means these have to be a 7-9 pair. Because we know they're not 6, so they have to be a 7-9 pair, which has made that an 8. And as soon as that's an 8, that's now got to be a 6, because otherwise we're not seeing enough things, and that's got to be a 9, and that's got to be a 7 in order to make sure that I actually get to my 3 things. And now that is my first green 5 of the puzzle. What, did I screw something up? Can I not count? Apparently I can't count. Or is this not really a 7-9 pair? Oh, no, this could just go 7-9. I don't know. Why on earth did I think that? I don't know. It's still true that this has to be a 6, for what it's worth. But I have no idea why I thought it. Yes, anyway. So that's a 6. This is still the first green 5 of the puzzle. I won't take that away from Casey. So we get that. So yeah, so there's a high digit and a low digit on here. That 7-9 pair doesn't surround a 3. This is an easy to miss German Whispers trick that if you're ever struggling with German Whispers puzzles, probably or most likely the thing you have missed is this. If I have a 7-9 pair on either side of a digit, I know that digit is next to a 7, even if I don't know which side the 7 is on, so it can't be a 3. Hey, Mekti, welcome. Oh, we have bets on every digit. Oh, that's very exciting. Okay. So. Oh, I know this cell is blue. No, this cell is orange, right? I know this cell is orange. I just didn't ever fill it in. And the way I know this cell is orange is because I've accounted for all the blues in the 5. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. Okay. So I also am going to fill in, I know these are from 2, 3, 7, 8, because it can't be from 4, 6, or 1, 9. 5 is placed in box 9. Oh, slick spot, Mekti. 5 in box 9. Now, owing to that 5 and this 4-5 pair, and the fact that 5s don't go on green lines, places the 5. Very good spotting. So one of these two is a 5, just for future corner marks. Let's see. So one of these 5 cells is a 4. Do I have any idea that it doesn't go in any of these particular ones? Well, I know none of these cells are 4, because if any of those cells were 4, it would go with a 9. So the only places for 4 in this box are these two. Would it be a problem if this was a 4 connecting to a 9? I don't immediately see a problem that it would be. but I do not know. But one of these two is a 4, and I'm going to corner mark it and completely forget that I corner marked it. It will have completely left my mind by the time one of you mentions it later. Let's see. Let's see. Silver Groove says it would break the. Also, by the way, I'm glad I read it. I read it carefully. I swore earlier it said Silver Goose, but it's Silver Grooves. Silver Grooves says it would break the high-low coloring if this was a 9. I don't immediately see it. Would it be a problem over here? Let's maybe look at Jay Dyer's point, because Jay Dyer was asking me to think about what was happening over here. Which is that in one of these, there's a 7 with no highs above it. So it's got to go 7, then 8, then 9 in that row. So the 7 here has an 8, 9 below it somewhere. And the 9 has an orange here. Okay, I'm going to color this because I realize I can probably get somewhere by coloring this. I might have to color it to understand Jay Dyer's point. So in the one of these that's a 9, I have the 2 highs already gone in the column, and so then the yellow is 9. That's true. And so the other column has a 7, and then that column needs to have the 8 before the 9 in that column. Do I know that? Yes, I do know that because of the coloring. Okay, that's very clever. Okay, so Silver Groove's point is this can't be a 9, because if this is a 9, that's a 7, and one of these is an 8. I just saw why that broke in my head, and I've already forgotten. Why did that break? 7, 8, 9. Because the 8 will be in this box, right? Isn't there an 8 always in one of these 6 cells? I think there's always an 8 in one of these 6 cells. Because wherever the 7 is, right. Sorry. Okay, I see it. So the point is, if this is the 9, then this is the 7, and then the 9 now means that every orange is used here. So this would actually be the high digit, and these would be the high digits over here. So the 8 is always, therefore, because that could be that can't be that could be a 6. Darn it. Yeah, I can't quite unravel this yet, but I can unravel that if this is the 9, it's in the wrong place. Because if this is a 9, that's a 9, and now this digit has to be high, and that doesn't work because I've used all the oranges in this column. So that part, I can at least get to that part. So this is not a 9, so that's not a 4, and so therefore this is a 4. Okay, I've understood so at least that far through Silver Groove's point. Also, I'm going to note that the 5 in this row is over here. It's probably not interesting, but I will note it. Okay. So I want to pick apart what happens with this 7 in this column. So the 7 has to be followed by an 8 and a 9. I'm just going to fill this in for a second. So this is orange. So these are both orange. But that one could be a 6. So I don't know that these are the 8-9 pair. I just know that one of these is a 9, but that doesn't really tell me anything. I think is the point. Uh, uh, let's see. People are saying I know what this digit is in the column with a 9. Because in the column with a 9, what do I have above it? Well, it's certainly not 789. So the digit that goes here, the high digit that goes here, and it's not, the digit that goes here is not 6 either. So it's 7 or 8. So one of these two cells is a 7 or an 8. The 7 is taken in box 2. No, we're talking about the other side. Oh, no. Okay, no. Yes, J Dyer's right. The 7 is taken because the 7 is there or there, right. So just the whole point is, what are the other oranges? The other oranges are 6, 8, and 9 because the 7 is one of these, and then the other side is 6, 8, 9 in order. So I guess that means what I should do really is I should corner mark that one of those is 6 and one of those is 8. And then the thing that's left in the column is a 7, which means one of these is a 7. Yes, do please like the stream, by the way. It is greatly appreciated. We have been getting fewer viewers lately, and I suspect it is because of YouTube doing YouTube algorithm things. And if the YouTube algorithm likes one thing, it is people hitting the thumbs up button. So please do us a favor and hit the thumbs up button. It is greatly appreciated. Okay, and as J40 says, the 7 needs a digit above it that can only be a 2. And so then below it, there is a 1 down below it. Because the 7 needs, again, sevens only go next to 1 and 2. So we've got that. And so there's got to be an 8 or a 9 in here. So we've got that. Okay. We're 6 in box 7. Right. That's very clever. Okay, so 6 in box 7 is now placed owing to this one corner mark. So 6 can't go in any of these just by Sudoku, but now 6 is swept out of these two because either of these would put a 1 in a row with a 1 corner mark. And this could never be a 6 because it would put 2 1s in a row. So as is pointed out by Michael, aka 99% Sneaky, for those of you who watch a lot of puzzles on the channel, that is a 6. Very good. So there's a 6 down here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, Casey donates just because Zeta and Tris both rock. Oh, thank you, Casey. Let's get you a donation dance. Woo! Woohoo! Zach threw in a little of the 5 dance just because it's you, Casey. Thank you, Casey. Greatly appreciated. Okay. I thought there was a problem with 6s with that, Garion. I thought it turned out that didn't work because I thought I understood it, but then I did not understand it. Because it involved assuming that these were going to be an 8-9 pair when I don't think they needed to be an 8-9 pair, but maybe they needed to be an 8-9 pair. Let's see. But if they do, I do not know. In the column with the 7, the yellows could be an 8-9 pair, but it could be that they're like a 6-9 pair and the 8's up here or something. I think there's a couple. Oh, is the point the 8 always goes in this column no matter what? Because the latest the 8 could show up is... Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry. I was trying to prove that these needed to be an 8-9 pair or those needed to be an 8-9 pair in whichever 7 verse we're in, but that's not the point at all. The point is that the absolute latest the 8 can show up in the 7 column is here. Because if the 8 shows up after this, then the 7 doesn't see both the 8 and the 9. Because the 9 will have to have shown up already. Because if I make that the 6 and then try and fit the 8 and the 9 down here, it doesn't work. So there is an 8 indeed in one of these. Okay, I was trying to prove something that was too ambitious. So that gives me a 7 and a 9 there, which means this is not a 3. Which means that the low digit down here is a 3, because the low digit down here is certainly not a 4, and it's not a 1 or a 2 either. Also, Tallcat would really like me to use my corner marks to sort these out, so I suppose I can do that for him. These are a 4-5 pair now. So these are a 3. 3 doesn't go with 9, so 3 goes with 8. Going on there. Okay. Hey, Gurban. Where's 4 in row 7 now? Where's 4 in row 7 now? So not there anymore. The 4 joins the 5 because of the fact that the high digit that's in one of these two cells is a 7, and hence not a 9. That's very clever. Very clever setting on this overall, by the way. To Manu. Okay, so, yeah, that gives us that 4-5 pair. Okay. So the 3 is touching an 8 and a 9. So whichever of these is a 3, the other one of these is a 9. Because wherever the 3 is, it needs to go next to an 8 and a 9, so it needs to go next to a 9 there, which now, just by process of elimination, means this is a 2-7 pair. And these are a 2 and a... Do I know what the 2 goes next to? Yes, the 2 only goes next to 8. These have to be a 2-8 pair now. Because the 2 needs to go next to a digit that's a 7, 8, or a 9, but it's not a 7 or a 9. So these are a 2-8 pair. Makes that a 3-7. 3-7 doesn't go next to another 3-7. That makes that a 2-8 of whatever description. So we get that. So this 2-8 goes up here somewhere. I don't think that's an interesting story yet? Question mark. Let's see. What is left in this row? We only have a few things. 1, 3, 8, 9. Okay, that's not a 1. That's not a 9. Okay. 3 here would not go next to anything. 3 here would not go next to anything because it can't go next to a 2 or a 7. So therefore the 3 in this world is over here. And if the 3 in this world is over here, that means there's no 1 over here. 3 goes with an 8 or a 9. One of these two is a 1. And so there's a 3 with an 8 or a 9. Now, if that was a 3, these would be an 8-9 pair. There might be a problem with that. But I don't see what it is. That would, of course, be the 8, and that would be the 9. Okay, I'm being encouraged by Silver Goose to look at 1 in this box by Sudoku. It's down there somewhere. Oh, no, because it could be there. Darn, it was a good idea. Yeah, Jaleb pointing out the 1-9 pair sees this cell, so this can't be a 9, but it also sees that, so that can't be a 9. So this is a 2-3 or a 7-8, I guess is Jaleb's point. Oh, this is never a 7. Oh, weird. I'm going to get the weirdest pencil mark ever. This is never a 7 because 7 doesn't go next to 3 or 8. So there's a 7 over in one of these two cells. That's very strange. Probably if I ask the right question, I'll realize that this can't be a 7 because these would be a 1-2 pair, and that would be bad because, and then you fill in the blank and you learn why it doesn't work. But I don't yet see it. Yes, 3 doesn't work either because 3 is corner marked up here. People are saying. Agree. So this is a 2 or 8. So now one of these is an 8. Because no matter what digit is going here other than 8, that's a high digit. So that's never an 8. So either this is a 3 with an 8, 9, or it's an 8 with a 3, 2. But the fact that one of those is 8 means that's not 8 anymore. So this is only 1 or 9. So if this is a 2, would that be a problem? I don't think so. I am rapidly running out of places to put 1 over here. One of those is a 5. One of those two is a 3. One of these universes is probably broken for some reason. I'm trying to think if I'm supposed to be asking, like, where does this go in this box or something like that. I think it's probably a little early for that. These are from 1, 3, 4. There's a 4 down here. So the low on this thing, if it's there, it's a 2 or a 3. If it's there, it could be anything. Yeah, Nicholas pointing out one of these is purple 1, 9. If I knew another purple digit that went down here, that would be super useful. Because if I knew 2 purple digits that had to go down here, then I would know that this was purple and that was yellow. Sadly, I don't think I quite know that. Yes. So people are pointing out this can't be a 3, because then this would be an 8, and then I would break the corner marked 8 that I totally didn't just say several times. So if this is low, it's exactly a 2, and otherwise it's high. As you can tell, I know less about it when it's high, but it's probably a 2. I know there's a 7 or 9 here for what it's worth. Garion has quite a chain that I'm hoping I don't have to do, if I'm honest. Sorry, Garion, but I might have to do it. Let's see. Okay. That's very nice. Okay, there's a very slick spot from J40, which may or may not amount to the same thing that Garion discovered. If this is an 8, so is this, because if this is an 8, yellow is high, but then that breaks that because both of those are unable to be 8. So that digit is never an 8, which does give us a 1, 9 pair in the row, which now makes this digit officially a 3, which then makes that an 8, and that a 2. Beautiful. 8, 2. So this digit is now high because it sees every low digit, and it sees 5. So we now have that for sure. Let's see. One of these is now a 1 for sure. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Don't listen to me. That could still be the 1. 2 in this column is not yet interesting. We're getting closer, maybe, possibly. This can still be 6, 7, or 9, as far as I'm able to tell. Let's see. Garion says, if this is 1, it breaks these two. So if this is 1, it instantly... yes, okay. So if this is 1, it instantly means that this is high. And then, okay, right. It would make both of these high. Okay, right. So if yellow is blue, then the point is that this is high. But if yellow is blue, the point is this is also high because it can't be a 4. Is there some way that's more like J40's point to see that? But I do see it. It does make sense that we sort of run out of high digits. Let's see. People are saying we can yellow this digit. Let's see. So if this is high, it's a 7 or an 8. Oh, it's not. Okay, sorry. If this is high, it's a 7. If it's low, it's a 3, I guess. So this is just always a 3, 7. That's probably the point of all of this. And so by virtue of being a 3, 7, if this is a 3, then it's not yellow because and if this is a 7, if it's a 7, it's not yellow. Okay. Wait, or was it the other way? Maybe it was the other way. Sorry, I realize I've already proven this, but I'm not quite happy with the proof yet, so I'm trying to understand what's actually happening here. So these are 1, 2, 8, 9. Hey, MicroStudy. Okay. Where does the 1, 9 that's down here go in this box? That's the question. That's the way to see it. That's natural. So one of these has to be 1 or 9. That 1 or 9 is one of those two 1s or 9s. And therefore, by Sudoku, it goes there. And therefore, the 1 or 9 that's down here is purple. And therefore, these are purple. And that's yellow. And now we have the yellow isn't low, because if yellow is low, these would be a 3, 3 pair. Okay. There we go. That's nice. Okay. So now yellow is not low. Yellow is high. Okay. That took me a bit to get there in a way that I found to be super clean, but that ended up being super clean once we persevered. Okay, so now I have lots of digits I can fill in by virtue of their color, and I will miss one so that chat can point it out. There we go. So that is a 7. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's 9. That's not an 8. These are a pair. Oh, in fact, they're not even a pair. That one's just a 3. I mean, they are a pair, but they're a resolved pair, so that one can be an 8. Okay. These seem to be 6, 7, and 9. That one seems not to be a 9. They seem to all be orange unconditionally, however. That seems to have resolved what's happening up here. So remember, the 9 goes with a 6 and an 8, which are both orange. This goes with a blue and a blue, which happen to be a 1-3 pair in this instance. Let's see, that's not a 1. So that's a 3 or a 4. Okay, good to know. That's not an 8 anymore. Let's see. This, Sayori points out, is a 3 next to a 7. Don't put a 3 next to a 7. Making those a 3-4 pair. Resolving that down here, we've got a 2 and a 1, making that a 3. Good spot on the things that can go next to 7s. So one of these two is a 3 for sure. And then we've got a bunch of 4, 5, 6s sort of floating around. Let's see. People are saying stuff about box 1. There's a 7 or a 9 on this, but I don't quite know what to do with that yet. Let's see, I keep feeling like this should be resolved, but I don't think it is. The low digit on this is a 1 or a 2, because it's not a 3 or a 4. Point on box 4. Hey, Chip, hope you're doing well. Okay, do people just want me to mark box 4? Is that the point? That didn't go well. I'm not going to do that. Let's see. Oh, the point is the 8 is placed. Okay. There we go. Okay, which makes this a 2 and that an orange. There we go. So we've got that. Okay, so that probably makes life better now, because now there's got to be a 2 up here. I just didn't see anyone talking about box 4. I saw MicroStudy saying to do their point about box 4, but then upon scanning, I could not find anyone talking about box 4. There we go. So let's now mark these and think that that's probably acceptable. So now we have a naked 6 and a naked 8 and a naked 4. These are not 4 or 6. So this is a 5. Green as always. Blue, green. 6 up here is orange. This is blue. Oh, that's crazy, Chip. Let's see. 4 goes there. Let's see. Okay. 3 and 4. 5 and 3. 9. Here's where I would really appreciate an auto color feature that would fill in the colors as I do this. Because you can't not do the colors, but I wouldn't mind it if the computer did the colors for me. Okay, so this up here. Simon button. Yes, Simon button. There you go. So one of these two is a 1. One of these two is a 7 or a 9. These are both high, actually. So these are from 6, 8, 9. That one's not 6. That one's not 8. Uh, let's see. We have a real unique rectangle temptation here, if I'm honest. Right. The high digit here. This is a naked low, is the point. Because this sees 6, 8, 7, and 9. I see Nicholas just pointing at that as well, that this was a naked low. So therefore, that is a 9, and that is a 3 or 4. And so that is a 6. This is no longer able to be a 9. Let's see. So that is a 9 and a 7 and a 6. And now this is a 2 alone. That is orange. It is 8, 7, 1, 6. Nope. I think 6 is fine. I was gonna take it back, but in retrospect, I think it's fine. What do you think? Do you like the 6s? I kind of like the 6s there. 3 and 1, 4. 5 goes down here. 4 over here. Yeah, it's just a bendy 6. Or I mean, the pattern actually looks quite nice. 5, 4, and 6. Okay, so now we can probably mark. Actually, I'm not 100% sure we can mark these, but we can try. Mark is very confused. Okay, so these are a 2 and a 3, apparently. 2 and 3. What is this? This is... Oh, by the way, this 5 is officially green, by the way. This 4 is officially none green. So this digit is an orange 7. And the bet tree, after all of that, is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And I will finally fix these to be 9 for the people who are upset about the 6-9 thing. Alrighty, well, congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there with 28.5% of the votes. Excellent. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Yes. And a lovely puzzle, Manu. That was very cool. I quite liked this, although I think the solution code is entered incorrectly because it has not marked it as correct yet for some reason. Now I've upset the 9 people. Okay, fine. We'll put in a 6 there. But yeah, very neat. Why is it wrong? It looks so cool like that. I mean, I really like the symmetrically deposed glowing red cells around. I thought that was very nice. Sudoku needs more repeated digits. Definitely. I would agree with that, except that I have done some Cogito puzzles that I'm not sure I would like my typical puzzle to be like one of the Cogito puzzles of that sort that I have done. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back shortly with a puzzle of some description. I'm not quite sure what kind yet. I'll be right back. welcome back. And boy, oh boy, am I excited about this puzzle. I have apparently incepted Tall Cat's brain, because I think consecutively Tall Cat has set a Nabner puzzle, a 10 lines puzzle, and a 2 truths and a lie puzzle. So I'm excited to do them. We did the Nabner one. The Nabner one was quite cool. I think the 10 lines one isn't published yet, although I am really excited to do that one because I saw the grid for the 10 lines one, and it is definitely it is something. But for now, we're gonna do the 2 truths and a lie puzzle, and funnily enough, I looked to see, because I wanted to do this, and I looked to see what the next puzzle of mine to do is, because I've been slowly going through and redoing my puzzles. And very fittingly, for the fact that we're about to do a tall cat thing, we have a between lines irregular puzzle that I set as my next one. Ooh, excellent. Jay Dyer has some Jello inspired puzzles. I look forward to Jay Dyer's Jello inspired puzzles. Okay, so how does a 2 truths and a lie puzzle work? The way a 2 truths and a lie puzzle works is that the zeta gets very small. We have a bunch of standard clue types, and I think we have exactly 3 of each. And so what that means is one of the clues is wrong. So these are Renbon, but one of them is wrong. These are whispers, but one of them is wrong. Of course, there's between lines because it's Tall Cat, but one of them is wrong, and so forth. The outside clues are sandwich clues. So we have that. And so that is how it works. And so just to go over the clue types, these need to be a string of consecutive digits if it's right. These need to sum to 10 if it's right. These need to be odd if they're right. These need to be even if they're right. These need to sum to 5 if they're right. Funnily enough, I just realized these can't all be correct, but that's also part of the rules. So it's probably not exciting that they can't all be correct. All right. So do note, by the way, that oops. This is still wrong, even though the 3 and the 8 differ by at least 5. So just be wary. Be wary that just because it's wrong doesn't mean that like every single thing you could conceive of it meaning is wrong. It just means at least one of the things you could conceive of it meaning is wrong. Okay. I'm noticing that at least 3 of the low digits in row 5 are eaten alive by these V's, which is putting a lot of pressure on this between line, which assuredly, if it's correct, needs a low digit on it. And so if this isn't one of the correct V's, then this between line is definitely broken. I'm trying to see if I can make if I can actually do things. And that's because V's only have 1, 2, 3, 4s on them, and so I don't want to eat up too many 1, 2, 3, 4s in the course of this this thing. Oh, do you have a recommended bet tree, Tall Cat? If you do, I will take it. Oh, and this is going to have to be a true between line, isn't it? Because of Sayori's point, which was to think about 1s and 9s up here, perhaps? So if these between lines were both correct, then 1 and 9 in these boxes would each go in these cells. Because you can't put a 1 or a 9 on the between part of a between line. And that has the problem that it breaks both X's. And I can't break 2 X's. But I can only put a 1, 9 on a fake X, not on a real X. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. Row 8, column 8. So these between lines can't both be correct. So Sayori is correct, that is a good thing. And so this is correct, which means that now assuredly this V is correct. Because if this V is incorrect, that means these digits are each at least 5, and there aren't this many digits that are at least 5. So therefore, this V is definitely correct. So that was the one that I saw there. So that's 2 low digits in this box, which is interesting with the combo of black dots and whisper stuff. I want to think about it, but I want to think about it in a moment. What numbers can I actually put here? I certainly can't put a 5 in these circles. Could I put a 4? If I put a 4 and a 9, then this would go 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not enough. So I can't even put 4, 5, 6. These are actually one number from 1, 2, 3, and one number from 7, 8, 9. And so that gives us a virtual quad in this row, where we've got a V. One of these circles and this digit need to form need to be 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, which means that this digit, and this is what Garion is telling me, this digit needs to show up in this row. It needs to show up in the quad. Well, this digit can't show up in the V. So the only place this digit can show up in row 6 in the quad is in the circle. So therefore, this is the low and this is the high of the circles. So I believe all of that. Okay. So do I know which V is correct? I'm sure I don't. I'm pretty sure I don't anyway. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Sorry. Ranks said color them, and I originally believed that Ranks was telling me to color that they were low, but what Ranks actually wanted me to do was to catch up these two to mark that these are the same digit. And so the catch up digit is up here somewhere. Let's see. So that will be helpful later in my solve, I hope. So these two, in fact, add... Yeah, these two, in fact, add to 5 because they're the same as those two. Got it. Okay. Every black dot needs a low digit. So if both these black lines... Oh, okay. So MicroStudy is making a suggestion that I block in, that I mark it like this so that I can use red ink to mark clues rather than that. That's probably a good idea, actually. Maybe I'll try and do it that way. So if both black dots are correct, then that's all the lows for the box, because every black dot that's correct needs a low digit. This would therefore be high if the whisper were correct. Maybe I don't quite want to go that far. Oh, let's see. So, some other people are suggesting that maybe instead of MicroStudies boxes, we use mustard. That's probably a good idea. Oh, right. J40 with the spot. If I make both of these black dots correct, then they must have a 3 and a 4 as their low digits, which would make these a 1 and a 2, and 1 and 2 do not sum to 5 as much as they could. So therefore, this... Oops. Oh, somehow I'm now in edge-only mode. So therefore, this black dot is correct. So that is nice. Uh, it can't be 1, 2, or 2, 4. Good point from ranks, because 1, 2, and 2, 4 would both break every way of making V. So this is 4, 8, or 3, 6. So that gives me a weird, bizarre 3, 4 virtual pair in the column. I agree with Nicholas. It means 3 of the lows in this column are gone. Certainly going to be hard to make this a 1, 2, 3 Renbon. Yes. Okay, so Sayori has a really good spot. Therefore, none of these things are 1 and 9. And that's not one. Oh, sorry. I was about to say something wrong. I was about to say that's not 1 and 9, but I don't know about the truthiness of this X yet. But I do know that 1 and 9 in this box by Sayori's point are pushed down here, which assuredly means that these can't both be correct, right? Maybe that's not true. It's hard to make one of these do that. Oh, right. 4 and 6 is the point. If both of these were true, I couldn't put 4 or 6 anywhere on them, so 4 and 6 would go here, and these would be a 1, 6, 4, 9 quadruple. That doesn't work. So therefore, one of these green lines is wrong, and therefore this green line is correct. I realize that writing a green line on top of a green line to mark that it's correct may not be the most useful of all things. People saying I should also mention the 5. Fair. 1, 5, 9, and 4 and 6 would all be in there, and I would be really short on digits to fill all of these cells. Okay. Now, I know one of these black dots is correct. And so I know this digit. No, I don't quite know that that digit is not low yet. But I'm getting there. Of course, this would be the last low digit for the column. If it were true. If it were a low digit. Otherwise, this would be... Oh, right. This digit, Paul Fly points out, this digit sees both flavors of V, because one of these V's is the other flavor of V, so this sees a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple across one of these boxes, so therefore this is certainly 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. I don't know that that's going to do any good for anyone, but it's true. Okay. So Garian's pointing out I can't put a 2 down here. Because if I put a 2 down here, then I have a rather large problem, which is that the only lows I have available are 3 or 4. But the 3 or the 4 can sit neither at the end, because it would require I use both the 3 and the 4 with a 9 in the middle, or in the middle, and a 3 would still require a 1 and a 2. Neither works. So there's not a 2 down here, so there is a 2 on the line. The same argument almost works with the 8s, but not quite, because the 8 could go there. But the point is, as soon as there's a 2 on the between line, that means that digit's a 1, and that digit's a 1, and we get a penguin dance. Ba-doop-a-doop, woo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. And so we can demustardify these for now. So that is apparently no longer able to be a 1. Oh, The correct V, so this is what I saw in my head. This is how my brain works. The correct V in this row is now a 2, 3, and therefore a 2, 3 virtual pair looks at this, and therefore this is a 4. I'm not kidding. That's how it worked in my brain. So these are in fact actually a 3, 6, which now makes the point about 8 does work, because if 8 is down here, it does exactly the same thing that 2 down here did. So now there's an 8, which now makes that a 9. So we have all of that. Tallcat being sure to put in my favorite character in all of Sudoku, the 1-9 between line early in the puzzle. Yeah, so we've got a 1 and a 9 down there, and it could be literally anything else. I know that this digit is not a 1, 2, 3, or 4 now, because the V sees it. So this is a 5, 6, 7, or 8 as well. One of these has to be a 6 or 8 at least. If they're both correct, they're a 6, 8 pair. I don't know how much that is useful. Okay, Garion with a brilliant spot. The 1, 4 V makes every black dot combination except 3, 6 break. So one of these black dots is 3, 6. And the 3 has to be on this side. And this, so I'll put the 6 there just to make it confusing. The 6 has to be on this side. So I put a 6 up here, then I need a 1, and I definitionally don't have that. So in fact, that forces these to be a 2, 3 pair, which makes this an 8 or a 9. It seems not to be able to be 9 for whatever reason. Probably because of that 9. Thank you, Sven. So that is an 8. So we've got all of that. So these are... Oh, so that's not 6. And these are 5, 6, and 7. Aha! And so this is the odd one. This is the broken even square. And therefore, we'll microstudy these. These are the correct even squares. So therefore, it's not 5 or 7. And this one is not 2 or 8. So this is 4 or 6 over there. Okay. All well and good, I suppose, so far. So there's definitely a 1 in one of these two cells, just Sudoku-logically. Which is very suggestive that this is going to be the correct between line. Because if I don't make this the correct between line, then these would have to be 4, 9 exactly, with 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's not even enough. Even if I make this the correct between line, the most I could spread these is 4 and 9, which would make these be from 5, 6, 7, 8, but that's only 4 digits. That's not enough digits. So this is the correct between line. And I know that Tallcat would not make me deal with 2 correct between line, or 2, 1, 9 between lines, so I'm sure there's a 9 corner marked over here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. I'm going to denote this in a kind of funky way because I want to make sure I don't confuse myself and think I was saying that this white dot was wrong, because I don't know the truthiness of this white dot. So at absolute minimum, these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the other digit here is a 7 or a 9. Those are the only valid options. So there's a 7 or a 9 over here for whatever that is worth. If this was the true V, it would be 2, 3 for whatever that is worth. Okay, is Tom's point that if I fill in this, I've broken the Renbon? Because the only things in this column left are 2, 5, 7, and 9. And I can't make a valid Renbon out of 2, 5, 7, and 9. So those are Renbonologically incorrect. So these are Renbonologically correct. And therefore, The 1, if I make this a 1, 9 pair, actually just where are the 1 and 9 in this box in general? They're not both up here. So one of the 1 9s is here, but they're not both here. And that's because a Renbon can't have both a 1 and a 9 unless it's length 9. So that's 1 but not both. That means that the X is wrong and the other X's are right. Okay, that's probably going to be really helpful down here because it's going to mean this isn't a 5 or a 9 or a 2. It only works as 7, 3, 6 in that order. And so this Renbon is extreme. So it's got either a 1 or a 9 on it. For sure. If this were a 7, if this were a 1, 7, though, these could be 7, 8, 9, and it would be okay. So only because Tall Cat loves me, I'm pretty sure that's what has to happen. Let's see. So the fact that there's no 7 or 9... Oh, the 9 is just placed now down here. Because remember, there's a 9 and a 1. Yeah, all this is just placed. So the one of these that's correct, it has an 8 on one of the ends. So the one of these that's correct... No, it has an 8 in the middle. The one of these that's correct is an 8 in the middle with a 2, 3 on the sides. And the other is 4, 5, 6. Because the only high digit I can squeeze onto one of these is an 8. And because that means only one high digit, that 8 has to go in the middle, with then a 2, 3 on the side. Of course, neither of these boxes has anything going on basically at all, other than a white dot that might be false poking into it, so it's not super useful for the time being, but it might at some point become useful. So both of these are right. One of them is extreme. Do I know if the other one is extreme? I don't think I immediately do. Let's see. If this is extreme in either way, it would make this X 4, 6. That's something. It's something, but it's not a lot, I think. There's either a 2 and a 3 there or a 2 and a 3 there. Okay. The 19 sandwich clue is getting restricted because I can't put any 1s and 9s in these cells. So the furthest apart I could put my 1 and 9 would be there and there. But I could certainly do a 19 sandwich in 4. Oh, very smart. Okay, Ron has a very clever point. If these were both extreme, then these would be a 4, 5, 6 triple, except that would make these odd cells a 4, 6 pair. That doesn't work. So the other of 1 and 9 in this row, the one that's not there, the other one is in the top row of this box. So there's either a 9 or a 1 in one of these cells for sure. If this is a 1 or a 9, it definitely breaks the 10 sandwich, because this is definitely a crust. So if this is not a 1 or a 9, that would have to go... If this was a true 10 sandwich, it would have to go 1, 9 here, 7, 3, the other 1, 9. Oh, well, that doesn't work because this digit can't be 1 or 9. Okay, so that's not possible. This 10 sandwich is wrong. Because of what I just said. The only possible way this 10 could work is if it was 7, 3, 1, 9 there, but that can't be a 1 or a 9. So this is Roggen, which means these two are righten. So I have to think a little bit about that. That means this certainly is not a 1, 9 X. So, and it's not a 4, 6 X either. Because if it was a 4, 6 X, it would force this Renbon to be extreme, and we proved it's not. So this is a 2, 3, 7, 8 kind of X. And the 1 and the 9 are not up here, remember. So the 1 and the 9 in this box, the 1 I know is over on this side. And then the 9 can go in any of those spots, wherever it feels like it wants to be. So we've got all of that. This cell can't be a crust. So I have to make my sandwich over here. And just to be clear, this cell can't be a crust because it's not 1 or 9. So I have to make my 19 sandwich over here. Well, 19 still needs at least 3 digits. And so the only way I make my 19 work is if I make that a 9 and that a 1. So that happens. I don't think I cheated there. I think that all worked and made sense. So these are my sandwich. These need to sum to 19. 8 plus 7 is only 15. So this being a 2 or 3, Sayori points out, is not enough. I would get to a maximum of 18, not 19. So we get all of that. And I do have some issues with squeezing 16 in here because I know that's not a crust. So I have to fit it in here, except I know that's not a crust. So in fact, actually, the only way that I can make this sandwich work, thank God, is with a 9 there and a 1 there. You had me really worried there, Tallcat. But there we go. So it has to be that in order to get this to work, because I can't do it. Again, 7, 8 is the maximum I could do. That's not enough. So 7 and 8 and 9 in this box have to go up here now. And therefore this is the 1, which makes that a 7 and that a 1. Because I needed a place to put the 8. The 8 couldn't go there, so the 8 had to go on this Renbon, which was extreme, and as soon as it was an 8, then it had to be 7, 8, 9, is what I was attempting to communicate. I know one of these is 1 now. Oh, I even know it's that one, because I know the 1 is not on this other true Renbon. So that is a 1. Okay. Well, as it happens, we'll microstudy notate it. Ones are odd. Good. Oh, 9s are odd as well, funnily enough. I didn't even notice that one. I was just too excited that it wasn't a 1-9 between line. So we get that. And so therefore this digit is even, but it's not 2 or 8. So it is 4 or 6. Well, it can't be 4. Right? If this is 4, then what on earth am I making this Renbon, right? This Renbon, if I think about it, is from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it definitely has a 4 on it. So therefore this is a 6. So now it's definitely also got a 3 on it. And then, funnily enough, it works regardless of whether that is 2 or 5. But Sayori points out, I need the 3 in this quadruple to be there, and therefore that's not a 3, which is very nice. So that's a 2 and that's an 8. Aha. So now this is 3, 4, 5, which has made that 2 and that 5. Thank you, Sayori. And seemingly I've now placed the 6 over here and the 3 over here and the 2 there. And this is just a 5 or a 7. Was there a deliberate effort to put a bird in box 5? I'm curious. For the longest time, my Discord display name was zetamath and the bird from box 2, because the box 2 and the original Two Truths and a Lie looked kind of like a bird. Okay, yes, it was deliberate. Okay. Yes, we can mark the right and the wrong black dot now. Neither 5 nor 7 is 2 or 1/2 times 2. So now I can look at this sandwich, because now I need these two to sum to 11. And so therefore this is a 4 or a 7, because if I want to add a number together with a 4 or a 7 to get 11, I need the other 4, 7. But this one can't be a 4 because of the 3, 4, 5 triple. So that's a 7, and that's a 4, and that's a 3. Oh, I did not mark the wrong odd. Yes, good point. Okay, so these are just a ordinary pair. Consisting of 6 and 9. These are a 6-9 pair. And within this row, we've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, 5, and 6. And then we've got the 7, 8, and 9. So these are 4, 5, 6. We've got all of that. Yeah, one of these V's is a 2, 3, and the other has a bunch of these other numbers on it, but who cares? So the column 8 one now seems wise to look at, because I know these cells sum to 26. So therefore, we need these to sum to 19. Yeah, we need these to sum to 19. So I need these to sum to 9. And so if that's a 3, 4, or 5, that means this is a 4, 5, or 6. None of which can I place in the middle of a whisper that is true. So that's the wrong whisper. That's the other right whisper. So I've got all of that. So if this one's right, remember the right one had an 8 in the middle with a 2, 3 on the sides, which has now made that a 9, conveniently enough. And these a 4, 5, 6 triple. I'm closing in on some sort of oople in both this column and this column, actually. I don't have it yet, but I'm getting there. I need to make sure I don't fill a 10 into this cell, or I will break the sandwich clue. So let us fill these in. So these are 2, 5, 6. So these aren't 6, and they're not 7 or 8 either, because of that 7, 8 pair, or that 7, 8 pair. Actually, take your pick. So that gives us a Zach wing on 3s, telling me that one of these two is a 3. And I was hoping against hope that Sven would immediately have one of these turn red, because I had missed something. Of course, if that one's the 3, that one's the 2. I'm trying to get the white dots to do literally anything, but I am not yet there. Garion pointing out 1 in column 3 is just outright placed just by Sudoku. There's 4 1s looking into box 7. So they tell us where it goes. Let's see. I can fill in these digits just for funsies. Yeah, I was a little afraid it wasn't going to tell me anything, and then it didn't tell me anything. One of these two I know is a 5. I'm just going to mark for my own sanity. So that's interesting, because it means if this is the true V, that's the 5. Just for whatever that is worth. Don't I know this is a 2? I think I know this is a 2. Because where is the 2 going in this column? And the answer is it can't go there, because this would make this a 2, 3 pair, which breaks both V's. So the 2 in the column, in fact, is just placed there because it can't go in the box of the 2, 3 pair. That's weird. I assume that's intended. It sounds like an intended tall cat step. So still no 2 on this dot. So if that 3 is right and this white dot is right, that's got to be a 4, but that doesn't seem that bad. I think these can be 3-6 or 4-5. Tall cat is, I think, the answer to your question. Yeah, that's assuming the white dot is correct. Yeah, sorry. In my head, I did actually think it this time, although by the time, all the time, I have forgotten about white dots and just filled them in, assuming they were correct plenty of times in these puzzles. Well, it doesn't have a 5 there, so the 5 would have to go there. Oh, the 5 can't go there either. Aha. Okay, so Tall Cat has spotted somehow that 5 in this box is restricted to these 2 cells, and 5 in this box is restricted to these cells. There's no 5 here, which means it has to, in this column, be in my outies, which means that's not a 3 and that's not a 6. So those, in fact, are a 4-5 pair. So I can fill these in and just get rid of the 4 and the 5 in them, which now tells me where the 6 goes in that sum. Namely there, which now has made that an 8, which has made that a 7, and that an 8. These have ceased to be 6, which has made them a 4-5 pair, which has made that 6, making that 5 and that 6. Okay. Yes. Sayori with the smart spot that 6 is not a great V number. So this is the correct V and this is the fake V. So that is the 3 and the 2. I wonder if that means that my spot with the 2 was completely unnecessary, because I kind of feel like we didn't actually use it until now. Maybe that was not an intended spot, even though I thought it was so cool. So these are something. Well, it was cool, even if it was unnecessary. That is my contention. So this is a 6 just by pure Sudoku. Over there. So I feel like I had a spot like that in one of my puzzles that was a very similar thing to that, but maybe I'm making it up. So this is a 4, 5, 9 triple, so it resolves that that's a 7 and that's a 3 and that's a 7. These are a pair of something and something. Mark will tell us what. Mark did a poor job of telling us what. But they're a pair of 2 and 8, I will tell you. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7, making that a 5, which is apparently also the last thing there. Hey, Dorlier, hope you're doing well. It's an 8 and a 7. We did a puzzle that you voted for earlier. I think it was the first time that your name has come up as one of the voters for the puzzle. So there's a 7 there. Oh, I didn't realize these 2 white dots are both in the same column at any point in my Sudoku career here. These aren't 4 or 5 for what it is worth. So it's sometimes great seeing people see something cool that you didn't intend, and then sometimes it's like, oh no, they have broken my baby because they didn't see the cool thing that I thought it would be cool if they got to see. This can't be 5, 6, can it? Oh, maybe that would be okay. It would certainly make that a 3. Oh, there's a 4, 5 pair here. It's being pointed out by Todd. And that is a 9 and a 5 and a 4 and a 9 and a 5. Aha, we have discovered a very naughty white dot. So now we can fill in some stuff. This had better be an 8. This had better be a 5 and a 6. This better be a 2 and an 8 and a 4 and a 9. And a 9 down there, and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. 2 and 8. 3 goes there. 5, 4, and 3. And there's a bet tree somewhere hiding. The bet tree is a 2. Congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. I was not expecting this to be as... I'm trying to say this in as nice a way as possible. That was smoother and easier than I was expecting for a 2 Truths and a Lie Tall Cat puzzle, but it was gorgeous. I really enjoyed that. That was very cool. I admit I was expecting. I don't know if I even actually looked at it in my list. I was expecting this to be a 5-star ish tall cat puzzle, but it was a much gentler, nicer tall cat puzzle. Uh, uh, yeah. MicroStudy pointing out that if you're setting one of these, you can always use odd even. It seems like in this case, Tallcat just used white dots to sort everything out, which, funnily enough, is I think exactly what sorted things out in the original Two Truths and a Lie, if I recall correctly. That and quads did some work, as I recall, at the very, very end. I had originally intended uh in the original Two Truths and a Lie to use killer cages at the end. So I deliberately did not use killer cages because I knew that I could sort out anything at the end with killer cages, but then I never needed them. And so I just did not. And then the next puzzle I set after that was a whole one. Yeah, the ending of the original Two Truths and a Lie is exactly the kind of brutal that I like, but I probably should have cut from the puzzle because it involves noting a weird virtual pair and a less weird but still weird virtual triple in order to disambiguate how things end up working at the end. In order to create a very, very strange naked single, if I recall correctly. Probably I could have in the original Two Truths and a Lie, I could have cut that and it made it a better puzzle as a result. But yeah, this was delightful. I look forward to your 10 lines frack puzzle as well that I have I have seen a glance at the grid and it was exciting. All right, I am going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to do the only between. Oh, it's not the only between lines puzzle I've ever set. One of the only between lines puzzles I've ever set. So we will be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Uh, so we've been going through the puzzles I've made. We're coming up on a run of puzzles that I made that I did not like enough to publish anywhere. So take of that what you will. Actually, I think this got published on the Discord Puzzle Archive on CTC, but I did not post this on LMD. And as a result, I remember basically nothing whatsoever about this puzzle. Uh, so the rules are just between lines and Kropke dots and irregular. And I don't think I've set any other traditional irregular puzzles. Yeah, as MicroStudy says, the Discord Puzzle Archive is really where puzzles go to die because there's not really a convenient way to navigate it. I somewhat worry yeah, the other than this and fishy is coming up actually and not that long, and that's certainly a pure between lines puzzle. Although I did uh there were between lines as a crucial character in Cacophony, which is I believe where sort of the original tall cat between lines appeared. I worry that I may have set this after learning about the law of leftovers or something. So we may have to use some sort of arcane sort of technology to do this that I would probably not put in a puzzle today, but we'll find out. So this will be a journey for all of us. This grid is ridiculously symmetrical, aside from the dots, and the dots are sort of mirrored. That is weird. So let's see. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff. So we've got, for example, 1 and 9 in this row are super restricted. Is there anywhere else where we get a similar story? I have absolutely no idea, Sayori. When I say I have no recollection of this puzzle, I really, really have no idea what's going on in this. For all I know, it's going to involve a set. Okay. So in row 9 is maybe a good place to start. The 1 and the 9 can't go in between lines, so they have to live in those cells. So therefore, in row 8, they can't go in those cells and they can't go in those cells. So therefore, in row 9, the 1 and the 9 go there. So now in this row, they're going to be there and there, I suppose. The 9 probably doesn't go in a black dot. That's probably going to be relevant. Let's see. 1 and 9 in the top middle region. Right. Okay, yeah. So in this region, Jay Dyer points out we've got a 1 and a 9 looking down, which wipe 1 and 9 out of those entirely and get us this digit. Oh, we should put a bet cell. Oh, Lord, who knows where to put the bet cell? I'm going to put the bet cell there. But we do get a 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Not so much said it while drunk, although I mean, no comment. But I set this like 2.5 years ago, and because it's not really published anywhere, no one has done it since. Basically, so 1 and 9 go there. And so I haven't really had any reason to talk to anyone about it or think about it or any of those sorts of things. So so that is why. Okay, so now 2 in column 5. Oh, never mind. I was going to try and place 2 in column 5, but that's not a good idea for reasons that will become apparent if you think about it carefully. I think I'm actually going to do really weird thing and color cells that can't be 1, 9. Just so that I can keep track of this. So I think no, that's terrible. Well, colors, I don't love that, but I can't make them gray. So we're just going to yellowify cells that can't be 1-9 just for sake of keeping track of it, because I suspect there will be more. Oh, this 1-9. Do green instead. That's probably better. I would almost always use gray. Uh, that way fives are green. That's true. Also 2 isn't 1 or 9. Oh, are we having issues? I'm not dropping frames, but it sounds like there are issues. Uh, okay. This region here, Sayori's pointing out, 2 is just placed in this region because it can't go in the column with a 2 and it can't repeat on the between line with the 2. So it is just there. Okay, some people are slowly getting video back. Some people never lost video at all, it seems like. So now in the hook, we actually have a 1-9 pair because there's nowhere else in the hook to put 1 and 9. Which greens these cells, I believe. Oh, we've got everything in the hammer because we've got the 1s and 9s in the hammer. So this 1-9, in fact, goes here just by Sudoku in this hook hand region. And so I can catch up these like that. So this row is done with 1s and 9s. Now. Is there some reason I can't make both of these make these a 1-9 pair or something? Is that what I'm supposed to be seeing? Where does this 1-9 go in here is the question. This 1-9, oh, I guess I realized that this is maybe less exciting than I thought it was, because these are the only 2 cells in this region that can be 1-9s. But I was just noticing that this 1-9 was a hidden single in this region because it can't go in the circle. But actually, it's kind of boring because these are both 1-9s. But that one's the ketchup-y 1-9. Oops, sorry. No, this is the XE 1-9. So that's the ketchup-y 1-9. That's the XE 1-9. Over there. Okay, so this is green. Let's see. Let's see. Row 6, column 2 is high. Right. Jennifer is pointing out that I better not have a between line where the ends are 1 and 2, as that doesn't work very well. Okay, I have no idea what happened with the ketchuping here. This was a disaster. But this had better be a 1. And so therefore all the ones that are actually 1 are 1, but I don't think my ketchuping was very good, so I'm going to just do it carefully, and then we're never going to talk about this particular ketchup incident again. Okay. So that is a 9. Other way? Jesus Christ. Okay, this is not my best moment. My efforts to not talk about it again have not succeeded. So that is a 9 and a 1, and that's a 9 and a 1, and that's a 1, because I said this couldn't be a 1, and then I put a 1 in the spot. But then we're going to just select all and delete all the pen marks so that we can hopefully never talk about that ketchup incident. Let's see. So we've got... I still don't have it right because I somehow inexplicably have a 9-9 between line. Okay. So I'm going to put a 1 there and a 9 there. That doesn't seem better. And so a 9 there. Did I finally get this right? Somehow my ability to do really very basic Sudoku through 1s and 9s has not been the best. We seem to have made it. There was no ketchup incident. Definitely not. Uh, 9 in this oval region is now placed because it doesn't go there for a couple reasons. So I think this has got to be 9, which is, I think, going to green these. Let's see. So now 9 in this region, I guess, is in one of those 3 cells. Maybe that's not so exciting. Let's see. Ron says row 7, column 8 is the only spot for 8 in its region. Yes. For the same reason as the 2 over there, yes, this 8 over here does this. So this is an 8. It's funny how this black dot was really a white dot, but if it had been a white dot, it wouldn't have disambiguated them. Oops. But I agree with Ron. That's the only spot in this region for an 8. So that's got to be a 1. So these go away. And so this is 2, 4, or 3, 6 are the only options. I'm just going to notice for future generations. This is the only place for a 1 in its region. This may have been the puzzle where I decided I really didn't like 1, 9 between lines. So yeah, so we've got sort of a weird swordfish on 1s and 9s now up here. That's right. Grocko's birthday present I made the 1 year also was also a pure between lines puzzle. So I guess that is yet another one that I have set. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely a 2 in one of these lines. That's fine. I guess this white dot has a lot of flexibility. See, Casey says this can't be 1 or 9. Why? Did we lose the bet tree? We did lose the bet tree. Oh, no. What was the bet tree? Was it there? Tristan can go back in the VOD and figure out where the bet tree is supposed to be. It was there? Okay, I'll put it back. Oh, right. Sorry. That 1 is connecting to both of these. So neither of these can be 1 because of that. So therefore, that's 1. Oh yeah, the pure irregular Sudoku for this is going to be amazing, I'm sure. By which I mean probably I used a solver for it and it's going to be horrendous. That is what I actually mean when I say it's going to be amazing. Oh, row 3, column 5 connects to both a 1 and a 9. Aha, yes, that was Casey's spot. That is much nicer. Yes, the 9 doesn't connect to that. I don't know why my brain is not seeing this. So therefore, this is the 9. So no 9s over there. So these are now a true 1-9 pair. Okay, so now this digit has a lot of pressure on it because it has to be at most 876. It has to be at most 5, but it has to be at least 5 too, doesn't it? Because also it has to be, yeah, I think this is just a 5, right? I don't think this can be anything else. Because I need to have room for 3 digits on this side and 3 digits on this side, and that is exactly what I have. So these are 6, 7, 8, and these are 2, 3, 4. So that's not 6, that's not 3. So these are 1, 5, and 9. That one not being 9, that one not being 1. Okay, this digit now, Paul Fly is pointing out, is now under an enormous amount of pressure because it has to have, it has to allow for all of these digits to exist. So by this column, this digit is at most 6 because it connects to 8 and it connects to 9. So it's at most 6. But because it connects to 2 and connects to 1, it's at least 4. So it's 4, 5, or 6. It's not a 5. But 4 doesn't actually work. Wait, I thought 4 wasn't going to work because that couldn't be a 2. But now I don't see why 4 doesn't work. Oh, right. Sorry. If this was a 4, right. 4 doesn't work because if this was a 4, that would need to be a 3. But then what's that? That would also need to be a 3. Hey, Selena. Yeah, so if this was a 4, these would be 2 3s in the same column. So that's a 6, which now means that's a 7. That's a freebie. And so that's an 8. That's a freebie. And so this is from 3, 4, or 5. This is from 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not a 2, though. So 7 in this region, I can corner mark as being over here. Let's see. Right. Okay, so Paul Fly pointing out this digit's between 5 and 9, but it's not 7 or 8, so it just is a 6, actually. Which, funnily enough, has made this a 2 or a 4, which has made that a 2 or a 4. So these are actually a 2-4 pair. So we've got all of that. So 2 and 4 live over here somewhere. I don't even know if I really want to pencil mark that. That sounds horrible. 7 in column 5, say where he points out, because there's already 7 in the anvil. So 7 goes down here. So 7 in this row needs to go in one of those, but neither of them is a problem. Row 7, column 4, and 6 in column 5. Right. Where does this digit go in column 5, given that it's not a 7? And so the answer is it goes there. Right. Thank you, Jay. So yeah, this digit can only go in column 5 at all if it's a 5. Yeah, I guess hammer's probably better. The anvil's probably below the hammer or something. At least there are none of the regions in this that when I see that region shape, I think it's something inappropriate that I then try not to say, but then say anyway. Let's see. So this column is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and then we've got 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was not so exciting. 8 in the central region. Very good to Nicholas. 8 in the central region now only goes here. So these digits, I guess, are known. I guess they're a 3 and a 4. I guess these digits are also kind of known as a 3, 4, and a 6, but no restrictions on them from the between lines at all. This digit, I guess, is a 2, 3, or 4. I should fill in. This is one of my only interesting between lines that I have left. So 5 is actually placed in this upside down U, just Sudoku logically. The 5 is there. So that's not a 5. And now 5 is placed in this U, there. So that's not a 5. Can I do more 5s? I wouldn't mind doing more 5s. I'm not sure that I can do more 5s, though. Sadly. One's already in the right U. Let's see. 6 and upside down left. So no 6 there, no 6 there, right? Okay, so that's a 6. This is every bit the irregular Sudoku that MicroStudy was hoping for. Let's see, so... All right, so these are a 5-6 pair. Is that what I'm hearing? Because 5 and 6 can't go... Oh, actually, sorry, that one could be a 5, can't it? Never mind, they're not a 5-6 pair. Yes, okay. So being pointed out by Jaleb, this region I know something about, or sorry, this cell I know something about because it's adjacent to a 6, 7, or 8, and it's not a 5, and it's not a 6 either. So it's a 7 or an 8 only. So one of these is definitely a 7. One of these is definitely a 7, which, funnily enough, places 7 in the sickle. So that is the 7. Uh, uh, Microstudy pointing out we have this sort of trident-shaped extra region that we can get if we look at the grid in the right way. I believe that. Let's see. So I got that 7. So one of these two is now 7. 7 in the top left region. So yeah, so it's not there. It's not there. So I guess the 7 in this region is in one of these two cells only. Dangerous is going to mean this 7's in one of these cells. Could be in the bet tree. Who knows? 8 in row 9. 8 in row 9 is only in one of these two cells. I agree with that. Let's see. What are these digits actually? I might as well fill them in. They are 3, 4, 5, and 6, I suppose, in no particularly nice orientation. Okay. Let's see. This 3, 4 is down there somewhere, I suppose. Eight in row 3 is limited because I can't put 8 there, right? So 8 in row 3 is in one of these two cells. I agree. Let's see. So Micro's way of coming up with the extra region, I believe, is to highlight all of this stuff and then say that's 6 sets of the digits 1 through 9, and then pluck off that and that and that and that and that. So that we're left with only one set of the digits 1 through 9. So the yellow are a set of the digits 1 through 9. So if we want to use that, we can speed up the Sudoku a little bit to say we've got the 1, the 2, we need the 3 and the 4 and the 5. We've got the 6. We need the 7, and we've got the 8 and the 9. So those are not 7. That one's not 5. That one's not 5. I'm pretty sure these aren't 4, by the way, because of the 2, 4 pair up there. So one of these is 4. So that is not 4. Yeah, so the thing that Doomed Yacht was saying that made me sort of actually draw this in was that 2, 4 looked at that, which then forced a 4 into this column. Hey, Ambrose. Yeah, Jaleb asking if I'm actually using the law of leftovers. I'm pretty sure when I set this puzzle, I intended the use of the law of leftovers. I'm not 100% sure, though, because I don't really remember that much at all about this puzzle. Uh, uh, that 2, 4 pair also looks down there. Points out Paul Fly. So one of these two is a 4, and therefore that's not. It's a 3, and that's a 4. That was a nice Sudoku moment. 3, no, 4 there. 4 in the mustache region. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. That's what we just did. We just did 4 in the mustache region. So this is a 4, 5, or 6, just to finish off the thing over there. Six in the first 3 columns. So one of the 6s just by Sudoku is over here. One of the 6s is here. None of these are 6s. And so one of the 6s is here, and that's all the 6s. So just by counting the number of 6s in the first 3 columns and taking advantage of our pencil marks, we can figure out that actually we've used all the 6s. That's very clever. Okay, so therefore neither of these is allowed to be 6. So that's a 4. That is not a 6. These are not 4. That 5, 6 pair makes me look at this cell and want to pencil mark it. Because this cell sees both the 5 and the 6, so it's not 5 or 6. So this is instantly 2, 3, or 4, but it's not 3 either because one of these is 3. So that this is a 2 or a 4. Some Daniel Silverstone project or puzzle has this burned into my brain forever, that pattern. T-Gat will help. Is T-Gat your cousin, Tallcat? This is the same as row 7, column 1. Yes. This digit by Sudoku goes there, and so they both have to be 3. Good spot. So that's a 6 and a 5 and a 6 and a 5. So that is a 4 and a 5. These are a 3, 7 pair, making that a 9. We have finally resolved our 1s and 9s at the top of the grid. So we get that, and that is green. 1s and 9s resolved. Oops. So this is a naked single because it's not 2, 3, 4, or 7. It is a 6. Which places 6 in this region there. This is just a pair, by the way. Oh, in fact, it's a pair where that's a naked single even. So this is 2 or 4 to finish this this thing. That's not a 6, so that is, which means that's a 7. Which seems to mean that's a 7 if I can follow my pencil marks. So I apologize if I got any 7 betters excited by corner marking a 7 onto the bet tree, because the bet tree is no longer a 7. We can mark these and get a 2 and a 4. We can run across here and grab all of those. So that appears to be an 8. And so those aren't. And so those are a 3, 7 pair. That means none of these are 3. That's not a 7. Sorry, it's not a 7. It's not an 8 either, for that matter. Apparently this is the only place for 5 in the row, it would seem. So we've got a 2, 4 pair, making that not a 4. That gives us a 3, 7 pair in the row, making that a 4. Making this not a 4. One of these two is a 4, I suppose. 7, 8, 2, 4. 8 in row 3, I'm being told. Yes, 8 in row 3, because we got a 2, 3, 4 triple, so that's an 8. Making that a 7 and an 8 and a 3 and a 7 and a 3 and a 2. Making that a 2 and a 4 and a 3. 4 and 2, for 7 and 3, and 7 and 8 and 4 and 2. And our bet tree is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. This is very much what I expected it would be. From my hazy recollection that I set a kind of hacky irregular puzzle with between lines. Not too bad, but certainly not. It won't be making the greatest hits album. I like the idea of the between lines crisscrossing the regions. That seems to have had some potential. Yeah, the idea of sort of finding the ones and nines originally, that was sort of, there was sort of a coherent solve path there, and then it just sort of degenerated into irregular Sudoku. Once all of the between lines became 1-9, the name came from the fact that if I look at this, it looks to me kind of like an orc, with this being sort of the jowls of the orc, sort of in the between lines. That is what it looks like to me. So it was not for any particularly deep reason. It just had a sort of vague Lord of the Rings D&D orc feel to it. All right, I'm going to take a quick... Yeah, now I see a jester. As Paul Fly says now, Paul Fly suggests it looks like a jester. Actually, I was just thinking when I looked at it, now it sort of looked more to me like a jester. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I am going to take a quick break and be back in a moment with more. All right, welcome back. People in chat are talking about orcas. Don't tell Zach. You got to see an orca in the wild, Jennifer. That's very cool. All right. So next up, we have a Paul Fly 10 clumps puzzle. So when I was setting the 10 clumps puzzle, I sort of suggested that you could do a puzzle with this rule set, roughly. So we're going to get to try and do the puzzle that Paul Fly set with this rule set. So do you have a recommended bet tree, Paul Fly? Oh no, it sounds like we might be in for a bit of an adventure from what MicroStudy says. So the basic rules are we need to decide what cells of the puzzle we feel we would like to place digits in. And then we don't fill any other cells, but we have to fill all the circled cells. So we could sort of mark in some way that all of these circled cells are part of something. But then cells we leave empty, we just gray out. And then each circle contains the number of empty cells in the 8 cells surrounding it. Oh, so it doesn't count itself. Oh, right, because it's never empty, of course. Yep. So this circle is counting how many of these 2 cells are gray. And also the cells that have digits are orthogonally connected. Oh, sorry, the bet tree has moved to row 9, column 3, apparently. So, for example, only 2 of these cells at most could be gray. So this is a 1 or a 2. But it can't be a 2 for a sort of funny reason. If this is a 2, both of these are gray. And now this digit has to be a 3. But that means that's gray. And now my things aren't connected. So that can't actually be a 2. So in fact, this actually is a 1. So we get to do our third puzzle and our third 1 dance of the day for Zach. No, Zach got to do a 9 dance earlier. Sorry, Zach did get to do a 9 dance. Because this is our 4th puzzle of the day. And we did a 9 dance and then 3 1 dances. Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So one of these is gray, and therefore this needs to be a 2 because it's at most 3, and that cell has to be gray. And so these are up here, and one of these exactly is gray, and whichever of these is gray, funnily enough, means these 2 are in the same 10 clump. This now can only be 3 or 4. Because at most... Oh, it can't be 4, actually. This is just forced to be 3. Because if this was a 4, all of these would be gray, and this isn't very 10 clumpable. So this is a 3. And it's probably not part of that 10 clump, but I don't 100% know. Whichever of these comes down... what about this one? Is this also a 3? What is the most this can be? The most this can be is 4, but I think it might actually be able to be 4, so this is 3 or 4. Row 1, column 6 now, that is a great spot from Jay, is now forced to be a 4, because it's at most 4, and it can only be 4. Well, we're not at the point where we can just say standard 10 clumps rules yet. So we get all of those are gray. Therefore, these are in the same region. These are in the same region, and certainly not the same region as that one. This is 5 or 6 now. I have a hard time believing it's going to be 6, but I'm going to mark it as being possible. For the moment. Oh, no, Sarah. I'm very sorry to hear that. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. As Garion points out, if this is a 5, then I have to put a 1 there. And as soon as I put a 1 there, well, that's broken, because I know this isn't a 1. It already sees 2. So, great spot from Garion. So this is a 6. These are both gray. And we have finished our first 10 clump. Ta-da! So this one is now going to eke its way out of here. This is now got to be a 5. It just has no choices but to be 5. Because it's at least 4 and at most 6, and it's neither 4 nor 6. So this is a 5. Uh, 10 clump dance. Uh, this digit now, uh, there's no way it could be 7, right? No, it can't be 7. So this digit is at least 2, and at most 2 effectively, because if I look at how many things I could grab, I can't grab 7 because that would isolate this cell. And it would involve that. Sorry, 6 is the absolute max, but it can't be 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this is a 2. So all of these cells are part of something. I don't know exactly how to denote that for myself in a way that will not drive me crazy. I just kind of want to indicate somehow that these are part of something. Yes, rainbow. Yes. Thank you. I'd completely forgotten about my rainbow button. I did not recall. So yeah, so these are something. Oh, and the something is not that or that or that. I guess we can just do that. Okay. So these are part of some reality. Okay. So DWeb had a point that I was trying to understand. Oh, but now DWeb maybe has retracted the point that DWeb that I was trying to understand. Okay, this is a 3 or a 4. Do I now know which it is? Now it just can't be a 4, right? There aren't 4 cells that could be gray. I guess I could rainbow all the circles for microstudy. It probably makes it easier to understand what's going on. But the point is this. Oh, I didn't rainbow this one. But this one now it can only see 3, right? They're just because of that being rainbowed. So this actually has become a 3. And so those both have to be gray, which means that is yellow. This is certainly something because remember they have to be connected. So yeah, I don't know what this is, but I know it's something. Green doesn't grab row 2, column 3. I'm trying to understand why green doesn't grab row 2, column 3. Is it? Oh, it's because I would need to make a sum of 4, and there's no way to make it 2, 2 or 1, 3. So yeah, so if the 3 grabs this, so if this green 3, then I'm at a total of 6. So I can only use 1, 2, or 3 remaining. So of those, this would have to be a 1. Wait, why couldn't I do 3, 3, 1, 2, 1? Couldn't I do that? I think it is in fact possible. Oh, because this can't be a 1. Okay. Also, several people have now pointed out something that is very relevant, which is that this can't extend because it would be a minimum of too many because of that 3. It would be a minimum of 1, 2, 4, 5. So this can now be a color, and this is that same color. These can be purple. I did not successfully purple them. I'm going to therefore make them red instead. This green, what we've just argued over here, after much debauchery is that this green doesn't go on to take this cell. So this cell is a different color. It can be blue. And so the cell below it is blue. Now this green still can't be done because this is a 7. And so that being a 7 does not work. So therefore this green needs another cell. So this cell has to be green. Okay. Blue can't finish there because it would need to be a 7. So blue needs to take another cell. Green can't finish here either because it would need a 5. So this becomes green. But now green is at its maximum that it can be because I've already put 4 cells that minimum sum to be 10. And so that's the 1 and that's the 4, so as not to repeat the 4 up there. Let's see. This digit is at least a 4. So this digit is at most a 3, just for... Oh, sorry. This digit's at most a 3, but it's not a 3. So this is a 1 or a 2, just for the record. Let's see. Okay, so I guess my region of 10 clumps is going to be connected, but not simply connected, because I'm going to have a hole in the middle of it, which seems spiritable. So I can't have any vertical connections in this column. So I'm going to attempt to mark that for myself, just to remind myself that there are no dominoes connecting. Now, of course, any or all of these cells could be gray, but I just want to mark that just for my own sanity. Do we know what this is? So I think it could be 4 or 6, I believe. Let's see. This digit, by the way, is at least 2, and at most 3, right? This can only be a 2 or a 3, I think. Yeah, it can't be 4. That would make this not work. So this is a 2 or a 3. For column 6 is also 1, 2, 3. That's true. Okay, so we actually have a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row per Sayori's point. So this number here is at least 5, which means it's not purple. So this number is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It can get its own color, and whatever that... Oops, sorry. Can get its own color. So these are joined. So therefore, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's not a 4 because there's a 4 in the box already. Yes, and purple certainly can't grow right either. That's true. So purple grows down. Making this also a 1, 2, 3. Purple certainly now can't grow down. Because that would be a problem. Oh yeah, this could have a border because it's going on here. Now there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the box. So now every digit that's left in this box is at least 5. And so therefore orange can't continue because it would put a second digit that's 5 or higher into this group. So in fact, this isn't 5 or 6. It's 7, 8, or 9. Row 3, column 6. Jay Dyer points out, is counting something, and so that needs to be a 5. Or sorry, this needs to be gray in order for that to possibly work. Let's see. This can't possibly be... No, this could be blue if this were 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. If this is something, it goes with that. Okay, and so now we've got 2 of 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we've got sort of one more border we can put in this column. I should probably just fill in what this could be. This could be 4, 6, 8. But 4 plus 2 is already at 6. So this thing is too big to grow right, is the point. Because if this thing grows right, I would need this digit to be smaller than 4, and it can't be. So red here does not grow right, at the very least. Now, red might end. That's possible. Otherwise, red grows down. So, okay, so Ron is thinking about what if this is 3, 4. And I can't go 3, 4, 1, 2. Do I know for sure that this isn't a 1, 2? I should wrap the border around the border. That will make many people happy. It's so satisfying too. Oh no, the bottom is slightly cut off. Tristan even came in here to adjust it. He said to make it work right. But I can attempt to find the thing. There we go. There we go. So that you can see the border around the bottom, because I think that's important. Yeah, so this shouldn't have a border because it's a border of nothing with nothing. That's a good point. Yeah, so if this went 3, 4, this would have to be 1, 2 down here. And the claim is that makes this a 3, which is a problem. If red comes down, it would have to be 2, 3, 4 and take a 1 there, which would make that a 2. Which probably is tricky. Because red can't finish in this column. So if red goes down, it has to continue outside the column. And I think that breaks, but maybe in a messier way than I had wanted to. Because it puts too many 1, 2, 3s in row 5. And I'm happy to use that. So if this does continue, it needs to continue again, not in the column because the sum would be too big. So it continues in the row. But now these are absolutely maxed to being 1, 2, 3 because this is summing to a minimum of that. And that is 4 1, 2, 3s in the row. That's too many. So this does end. And so that makes it a 2 with an 8. And so that makes this a 1, makes that a 3. So now that this is a 2, I need exactly 1 more gray cell in here. So now if blue wants to continue down, it just doesn't work. Because this digit is now at least a 4. And it's in a circle, so in fact it's at most 8, but you can't actually put 8 in a circle. And in fact, actually, you can't put 7 in this circle because there aren't 7 cells around it. So in fact, this is a 4, 5, or 6. But in particular, that is all by way of saying that blue is done, done, done. And if blue is done, that makes that digit a 6, which now makes this only a 4 or 5. Okay. Oh, if this cell is not gray, it has to be a 6. The 1-2 pair, Lakia points out, tells me purple's finished, because if purple... Well, actually, purple's just finished, even without the 1-2 pair, because if purple continued, these would already sum to too much. But the 1-2 pair makes it super clear that purple is finished. So... yes, orange is done. We can figure out what 1 plus x equals 10. We can solve for x. Okay. Almost all of these cells are huge numbers that are not gray. So I feel like we probably can rule out some of these from being gray, but I don't quite see it yet. Okay. In order for this to be 5, this is Jennifer's point, I would need to gray 5 of these cells. Well, I can only gray at most 1 of these cells, so I'd have to gray 4 of those, and that one. But then the point is, how is my 5 working? Because now my 5 just doesn't have anything to pair up with here. So yeah, if this is a 5, it breaks in a somewhat complicated way, but a way that I believe, because this would be a 5 now trying to find a friend, and it just doesn't have any friends to find. So this is definitely a 4. I kind of like all of those being shaded, actually, unfortunately. Oh no, that's not possible. That's not possible. Because of the 2. Only one of these can be shaded. And only one of these can be shaded. So therefore, these are both shaded. Let's Minesweeper it. And one of these 2 is shaded by Minesweeper. So that's not shaded. We can rainbow it. And these aren't shaded. We can rainbow them. So we've got all of that. This is at least 3. Okay. If this was shaded, now that would be unshaded, and that would be a nightmare. Because if this was shaded, I'm just imagining it in the bifurcation palette. Now this is a digit that adds to 10 by itself. So in fact, that doesn't work. So that's the second shaded cell seen by the 2, and this is not shaded. Okay. Sayori pointing out that I know that these 2 sum to more than 10 because of the 1, 2, 3, 4 being gone. So there's definitely a border there. And this likewise can't grow that way. So in fact, it has to grow down. There's no choice for it to grow any other direction. So we can make this, let's bring back royal purple. And so this number is at least 5, and it's not a 9. So this is 2, 3, or 4. That is true. When we did our test solve, we were very careful to make sure that we only used yellow and green where possible. That 5 could be green. That's true. We can make this. I don't know if Casey is okay with like Kelly green and Hunter green. I don't know if Casey is cool with the greens, but we can try that. Yeah, I already marked that purple can't grow left. Oh, if this is a cell now I have a problem. Because this now, if it's a cell, can grow in no direction. So this is now gray, which means this is my rainbow. And in fact, I might as well give my rainbow a color. So let us color our rainbow here. This rainbow can be yellow. And so now this is at least 5, but it can't be 5 because if it was 5, I would need this to be a 1, which it can't be for several reasons. So in fact, this is a 6. So no 6 goeth there. Okay, so now these two are together. Let's go with Hunter this time. Or sorry, that's not Hunter. That's Simon's sweater. Let's bring in Hunter so Hunter can be near his wife, Kelly. They did get married. So if this is a one cell thing, it's 3, 7. Otherwise, Hunter grows to this cell, in which case Hunter's minimum sum is 3, 5, 6, which is 14. So Hunter's 3, 7. And the 3, 7 goes in that direction. Okay, so now this cell needs to be at least 4, and it can't be 5. So this cell has to be 4. Yes, please don't forget to like the stream. It really does help, and the YouTube algorithm has been cruel lately, so your help with the YouTube algorithm corralling is much appreciated. So annoyingly, that can be a 6. Yeah, that could well be what happens, and then this all sort of comes around here. Good night, Nicholas. Okay, this is at least a 5. In fact, doesn't this just have to be a 5? Because it can't be... Yeah, it can't be an 8. So this is just a 5. This digit's at least a 3. It's not a 5 or a 6. It's not going to be 7, because if it was a 7, it would cut off this, and I'm not allowed to do that. So this is at least a 3. Yeah, it's worth marking, as DWeb points out. I have all my 1, 2, 3, 4s in this row, so I can't go left or right. And I have all my 1, 2, 3, 4s in the row above, so I can't go up either. So this 5 region, So this 5 region, it grows down. Sea breeze it is. And this is 1, 2, 3, or 4. And now, please note, there are only 6 possible cells. Oh, there aren't 6, because these two can't both be gray. If these two are both gray, we're minesweepering it again, then we'd cut off this. So one of these is not gray, which means the rest of these are gray. Oh, and it would be equally bad if this was gray, actually. Because if this was gray, that would still cut off the top, because it's orthogonally connected, right? Yes. So that's the gray. This is the rainbow that we can taste. Although speaking of tasting the rainbow, this can now be carnival cake. Uh, okay, this is now a 4 because it sees 4 cells. So that's a 4. And now because it sees 4, these are rainbow. Boy, how much would it bother people if I use different kinds of rainbows of different palettes? This, I think, is now just a 1. Oh, sorry. I don't know that one's carnival cake. I don't know why I carnival caked that one. That I do not know. In fact, I know that's not what happens. But it is still true that this is now a 4. And that means these are both, oops. These are both in, which means this is a 1. This digit is a minimum of 6, and so it is a 6 to make this work. Oops, I did not mean to put that X there. Accidental Xing. So this 1, whatever it is with, it's going to grow up. Could just be a 1, 9. Don't know. That's not a 4. This digit's now getting rather restricted because it's now at most a 4, just by counting. It's at least a 1. Oh, right. We've got some unbordering around the edges to do, because when there's a gray on the edge, we don't border that. This is true. Okay, so I need a low digit in these 2 cells, right? Right. Green needs a low... Well, okay. I think this is going to have to be a 3-cell domino with that going up there, but I'm trying to articulate it. The only low available for all of these cells is a 2. And the 2 has to go in the bottom row. So actually, no, I could do 2, 8, and 1, 9. I don't think this can be part of anything, though, because it can't be part of green. Oh, is that even true? Maybe it could be part of green. Never mind. Oh, green can't finish here, I guess, is part of the point. Okay. Hey, Ximena, welcome. Yeah, there's some there's a little bit of fussiness going on because of the fact that these can't be part of the same clump. So I guess I can put an X here, even though I suspect that one of these is gray. But they can't both be gray, because if they were both gray, I would need to make this a 2, 7. So either that's not gray or that's not gray. And so if this is green, we have a real problem, actually. Because if this cell is green, green's not done, but we need to extend it, but without making it 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Charlie, welcome. It's going very well for me. I've been looking forward to streaming all week, so I'm excited to do it, and there have been cool puzzles today. So what we just learned is that if green takes this cell, it needs to take another cell, and then it breaks. So, excuse me. So this cell's not green. And so this is its own color, yellow, for microstudy, making this yellow. Now, yellow is only this many cells big. Yellow needs a low digit, and again, that low digit has to be a 2 that's there. That has to be an 8. This has to be gray. And now this has to be a 9 just by maths. Okay, so this isn't a 2 anymore. All right. So okay. So if this uh uh Michael is pointing out, if this cell was rainbow, then the 4 would need all of those to be gray, and the 4 is both isolated from the group and not part of a 10 clump, and there's probably 3 other things wrong with it. So this cell is definitely gray. Uh, it's worth noting that just mathematically, this is 1, 3, or 5, and it can't be 5, actually, because 5 would isolate it. So this is 1 or 3. I don't think it can be 1, can it? Because oh, maybe it can be 1. It can be 1 if this looks like that. So I think this is 1 or 3 only. Let's see. If this is purple, this has to go 2, 3, 5 straight down. Oh, annoyingly, this could be 5, 1, 4, couldn't it? This could be 5, 1, 4, and then be a 4 there, have all of that be gray, and then this connects into that, and everything's fine. This digit is at least big. I probably should note. Oh, it's not 5 either. Or 6. Okay, so this is 7, 8, or 9. Oh, it's not 9 either. This is only 7 or 8. That's interesting. Oh, I can turn on my row column labels now. 6 column 7 is not a 4. Because if this is a 4, then it needs to be part of this, and then this 7, 8 becomes a problem. I agree. So if this is a 4, we gray all of this, and now this becomes 5, 1, 4, because there's nothing else it could be. And now this 7, 8 is alone in the world. So this can't be a 4. Can we say that light blue doesn't grow down? If light blue grew down, it would be a minimum of 1, 3. Yeah, it could do the 1, 3, 1 in that direction, I think. Yeah, 5, 1, 3, 1. Oh, it doesn't work because this would have to be a 2. Oh, no, it could still be a 2 because that could be gray, right? Because this could go 2, 8. No, it does. Yeah, the 5, 1, 3, 1 makes that a 2 and that an 8 and that gray, but I think that universe works. I mean, I might as well note that I know that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, just in case that somehow becomes relevant to me. We have this interesting. Do I know that purple doesn't take this cell? Assuredly, I know that purple doesn't take that cell. It's a small deduction, but it's been available for a long time because this cell is huge. So if this cell is not gray, it expands left. And this digit is large. And so this digit would have to be small. This digit would have to be exactly a 2. I think. But seems okay. Okay, can this grow here? It would force it to be Yeah, here I'd have to do 5, 2, 1. Okay, how do I even make this work? If this grows here, am I dead? Because I can't, because I'd have to do 5, and then this would have to be a 1. And so I would need to, oh no, it could be 7, 2, 1. 7, 2, 1 would work, right? 7, 2, 1 would work. Right. If this grows down, it is 2, 3, 5 for whatever it's worth. 1, 8, 1 is always a possibility. Okay. How many of these cells can contain digits? Is that a sensible question to ask? Oh, maybe not. Oh, not quite. I'm trying to like create pressure in these two columns. Judging by the fact that the only low digit I can put here is a 2, and the only low digit I can put here is nothing. So if this is a digit, it could be a 2 connecting up or down, but then can't connect left or right if it connects up and down, or it only connects across. So this, if it's a digit, is quite large. Something wrong with this being a 1 or a 3. This is a 1. All of these cells are cells. Does that create a problem? Okay, what does the world look like where this is a 1? These are numbers, but they're very large numbers. So they're a minimum of 5 and 6. So what's happening to my minimum of 5 and 6 if I do that? So the 5 and 6 split. The 6 could go up with a 5 going down, going 5, 1. Is there any way to make a 5, 1 finish? I don't think so. So I'd have to put the 5 up here. And that doesn't work either. Do I know that I haven't like screwed up by like allowing, for example, a 9? So for example, I could do a 9, 1 down here, which annoyingly would be okay. Right? If these are both digits, I think it could make this a 1, make this a 6, 9. The 9 connects to the 1, the 6 connects up. I think that is okay. 7, 1, 2 is also a possibility. Yeah, 7, 1, 2 I don't think is a possibility because there's a 7 in the column. Is the point that this 4 is always going with a 6? Maybe not. I'm not even sure I believe that. Okay, so if this was gray, then this would have to come over here. And why is that bad? Then the 4 is broken. So it would have to be that all of those were colored. These would be grays. Oh, it's because in the universe where this cell is gray, this is a 3. And so then the question is, what is the 3 doing? And it would have to be 325. No, it just couldn't be anything, right? Isn't it just if this is gray, this is a 3, and then isn't it just broken? There's nothing I can do with a 3 because I can't go 3-7. And so I'd have to go 3-5-2, but that doesn't work either. So I believe that this is a color. Uh, uh, Congratulations to the rainbow betters, indeed. So do we know that 4 pairs with 6 and not something like 1-5? Okay. So we do have something interesting going on with this 4. Which is that, remember, this 4 is blocked off in every direction. So if this 4 is blocked off at the top, it has to connect over this way. Or down that way, maybe. But anyway, if this is gray, I need to get something through this this column of stuff. So that is oh, I guess that's true. Even if row 6, column 1 is colored, then I still have to get through this wall of nonsense in order to get this out, because this still needs to connect. So yeah, we're allowed to be 4-6 this way. Are we allowed to do something like 4-1-5 this way? Probably not. But I don't see the easy proof of it. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay, so Selena and Sayori are suggesting that this does not grow right. If this grows right, then what's the problem? Oh, they're saying it does grow right. Oh, and that it growing down is a problem. Okay, if this grows down, then it would have to be 7-1-2, like that. And this being 7-1-2 would force this to be a 1 and a 3, and then that's a problem because it adds to 9. No, I could do 1-3-1. Oh, but that's too many 1s. I've put too many 1s here. Yeah, so if this grabs down, then it's just forced to look like this and be 7-1-2. This is now forced between the 2 in this cell and the number of grays around it to be a 1, which makes this a 3. But now this needs to grow down, but 1 and 2 are gone. And so this is 5, 3, and it doesn't have a 1 or a 2. Oh boy, that's complicated. Okay. But it does indeed grow down. So this is a 1 now. Oh, sorry, goes right. Darn. Yes. What we proved is it has to grow right. Sorry, right. So these are yellow. I spent so long visualizing the world where it broke that I could not accept it. Oh, maybe it can grow both. The only thing we proved is that it does grow right. And so now blue is forced to grow down. Right. So yeah, I can't put in either of those edges. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong blue. So this can't go down any further. This is a minimum of 1, 3, actually. Oh, so these have to be a 1, 3 pair because they're minimum 1, 3. But if I make it not 1, 3, then it's minimum 1, 5, and that's too big. So these are a 1, 3 pair, meaning they need a 1, and the 1 has to go here. And so that finishes that that's a 1, a 3, and a 1. Okay, now this just is a 2, and that's gray, because otherwise it doesn't work. And so that's an 8. Now that's a 2. That's not an 8, so purple has to grow, and purple can only grow here. Assuredly, now purple is finished, right? You'd think so. Purple certainly isn't taking that cell. Purple certainly isn't taking that cell. So the question is only what that can be. Could I do... No, this would still be a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 5. That's too many. So purple is done. Oh, this is a 4, by the way. That's huge. And so now this can't be 7, 2, 1. So it is 5, 2, 3. This 4 is very interesting. Trying to see ones of these that break. Oh, what's left in this column? 0. We've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got a 7 and a 9. And so the point is, no matter what happens, the 4 never connects that way. And the 4 needs the non-gray cell to be the one it connects to. So this just is gray. Is the point. And so we can remove that piece of border. Now, oh, this is not 5 anymore, for whatever that is worth. I don't know that it ever particularly wanted to be 5. This digit, if the 4 grows to it, would have to be a 1. Oh, well, this is automatically gray. That's right. The 4 needs to connect to somewhere, and I'm graying all but one cell. So the diagonals are both minesweepered into being gray. There's no question about that. Once I realize the 4 needs to connect somewhere, then those are both gray. Okay. So yeah, so if the 4 goes... So let's see. So this is a minimum of 5. So it could go 4, 5, 1. I think that would be okay. Oh, if I just mark these cells, I'll know that I can't go left. Let's see. This is 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8, 9. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we can't go double left because the minimum sum is too big. We can't make these two sum to that. And so the 4 always has to go up, but as soon as it goes up, it can't go left. Oh, by the way, this can be 0. Okay, so this goes up, and that becomes a 6. These need to get a color. That color can be green, even though they don't have a 5 in them. They have a 5 in them in spirit. That can be done. Okay. So now the question is, what can I do in this box? And probably the answer is nothing, but let's investigate. So if I do anything in this box, it involves a 2. Oh, so I could do a 2, 8 here. I certainly can't make that something because I would need too many lows. But somehow it's possible at the moment that this is 2, 8, but by uniqueness it can't be 2, 8. So we're going to need to prove that that's not an 8. So I think we're going to need an 8 over here somewhere or something crazy like that. Okay. This is now forced to be gray because that doesn't work. If this is not gray, it grows there and their sum is too big. So this is now gray. Okay. So that feels like progress. So row 7, column 1 can't grow down anymore. Right, because if it grows down, now this would need to connect to a 1, and it can't because it can't connect to a 1 below it, and every space around it is gone. So this is always gray. So now the 4 either goes this way or that way. Ah, right. This is now 3. Yes, this is now 3. That is a very good point from Matt Laffey, because it sees 2, so it can't be a 1. So one of these two exactly is gray. See, Garian says this cell can't connect it. Right. This row now is done with 1, 2, 3, 4s. And so we can't actually make any connections in this row that don't involve digits already there. So this is gray. We can get rid of those now. But it's worthwhile mentioning we can't make this connection. Why is there a purple 5? That is an excellent question. This could be green. If I just greened it hard enough. This could also be a different shade of green. If I greened it hard enough. So Garion is saying if this is gray, we have a problem. Because if this is gray, it would have to look like this and that. I'm trying to understand the connectivity problems that would happen from that. It's possible. Oh, right. Because that would involve a connection across here, right? Right. So yeah. So if this is gray, now my connection through here has to run through an X in a way that's inappropriate because I've used this cell, but I have nowhere it can connect to. So that cell can't be gray. Very nice spot, Garion. And so that means my third gray cell is that one. It means that these two are the same color now for sure. So that color can be blue. If this cell is gray now, then then I've just cut off this whole piece down here. Because remember, this piece down here has to connect through here, not through the 4. Because the 4... Actually, wait. Could it connect through the 4? Maybe it can't. Maybe it can connect through the 4, actually. But this can't connect up. Because if this connects up, then I've used 2 lows, right? No, not necessarily. I'll have definitely used a 2. Yeah, this could be 3, 2, 5 just. Never mind. No, that would just be the 4th gray. Jay, if it goes through the 4, it looks like that. Oh, you mean if it connects up through the 4? Sorry, you're right. It can't connect up through the 4, right? Because if it connects up through the 4, I'm using all of those, and that's too many. Right. Okay, yes, you're completely right. If I try to connect this through the 4, then yeah, I need both of those to be rainbow, but then this 4 is wrong. So I need to connect this lower bit through this cell. So this cell is rainbow. It is not a 0. And so this cell connects to its left. And it can't be blue because this would be too much. So this is that. That's that. That's that. I can get rid of those X's. These can get a color. This needs a low digit over here, so this digit needs to be a 2, which means this certainly isn't a 9 at least. It's certainly not a 7 either, because then this would have to turn up and get a 1, but it can't. In fact, actually, if this turns up, it's a problem, because if this turns up, these 2 digits sum to too much. So we get that. Sorry, suddenly I saw Sayori saying it's 3, 7, and I was worried I'd hit the wrong digit here. But we now do that. So now this digit is high. And so because this digit is high, it's no longer 1, 2, 3, or 4. It can't connect over to here. So this is done. This is gray. Okay, this now is gray, because if it wasn't gray, we would have problems, because it has nowhere to connect. So not there. I don't think I have to worry about that anymore. Okay, and now if this isn't gray, my 4 isn't connected at all. So now my 4 needs to connect up through here. They need to be yellow. And so that finishes that. And so we get that as being a 6. And by uniqueness, as we noted, this could be a 2, except it can't anymore. So now this can't be low and that can't be low, and so they're both gray. And our last digit is a 7. Uh, uh, oh, the 8 in row 1 has a hair clip. That's true. Yes, the hair clip looks great on her at the moment. Oh, I left a little bit of edging that I was not supposed to have. Oh, no. That was a lovely puzzle, Paul Fly. A great execution on what I'm not sure was a good idea, but it was a great execution on it, regardless of whether it was a good idea or not when I suggested it. Alrighty. So, and it does look like a complicated llama, I must say, because there's the head of the llama. The llama is wearing the hairpin. And there's the llama's hump and the llama's legs and the llama's other hump and the llama's other legs. So excellent, excellent drawing as well. Alrighty. It felt a little too narrow to be a camel. So I felt like llamas are like an adjacent dromedary that's not quite a camel, but it's in the same general ballpark, and it's very believable as an adjacent dromedary to me. All right. I will take a break and be back probably with some 6x6s. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back. So I went back, I admit, to look at the 6x6s, and I was thinking, oh, Jay Dyer, I know, mentioned that she had set a couple 10 clumps inspired puzzles, and I wondered if one of them was a 6x6. But then I saw a pure vanilla arrow by Jay Dyer, and I was intrigued as to what that could entail. So let's see if we can do this. So we have a normal vanilla arrow. By the way, if you're not aware, if you're newer to the stream, I have a channel explicitly where you can submit 6x6s, and I will often do them in on stream at the end. Depending on exactly how to do it. Some of them do get lost. I wish there was a better way to keep track of it so that the ones that I did not do, I could easily go back and do. But that has proven a bit tricky. Anyway, the thing I see right away is that this digit and this digit are the same because I can't repeat green along its own arrow without a 0. And so that tells me green isn't 6. So this digit is at least a 3 and at most a 5. Now, this digit also isn't 6, but what am I meant to do with that? I mean, it also is from 3, 4, 5, I suppose. Oh, Jay Dyer has a 15 clumps puzzle rated 6.5 out of 5 for difficulty. Well, one of these is a 6 for sure, because I got to put a 6 in the box somewhere. So Paul Fly is pointing out that if this is a 3, then those are a 1-2 pair, and these are a 1-2 pair, so those are a 1-2 pair. What's wrong with that? Oh, it makes this arrow too big. Right, okay, so that's very clever. Okay, so if this was as small as 3, these would have to be a 1-2, those would be a 1-2. This would be a 1-2 pair. Just by Zach winging the 1-2s up there, but now this arrow sums to a minimum of 7. That's too big. So what if we do it with 4? Then we'd get 1-3 here, 1-3 here, 1-3 here, and these would be a 1-3 pair. And so these would need to sum to a minimum of 2-4, and that doesn't work because, again, this can't be a 6. So in fact, this digit's a 5. And so these digits are only from 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these digits can't be the same as these digits. So these digits, let's just make these yellow. Those digits are yellow. These digits can't be yellow. Because if these digits were yellow, then I would either exclude 1-4 or 2-3 from these cells, which would make this arrow either 1-1, which is a problem in and of itself, or 2-3, which is a problem because those digits add to 5. So these digits aren't yellow. They're some other kind of sum to 5. And so, this, whatever digit here is common to red also goes here. So this digit's definitely red. 6 is definitely down here because it's not any of the ways of doing this. I guess I should spell out. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Row 4, column 3 is yellow. Right, because one of these is yellow. Where does the yellow one go? The yellow one can't again go there, so that one's yellow. which means that, in fact, that's my 6 over in this box, which means, in fact, that's my 6 over in this box, which means that that's red, which means that that is red and that is yellow, because I need a red and a yellow on this arrow. So this is where green goes in this box, is being pointed out. So this is where green goes in this box. So all of those are 5s. If this was 5, this arrow would need to be either yellow, yellow, or red, red. It would have to be yellow, yellow, because that red doesn't show up on it. But probably I know this cell is yellow somehow, don't I? Maybe I don't. Mayhaps I do not know that, but that feels like a relevant thing. That is a... Oh, sorry. Wait. That's a 6. So I do know that this cell... so I know that that cell's yellow. So I know that that cell's red. So this can't be a 5, because if that was a 5, this would need to be red plus red, and they would both look at that red, which doesn't work. So that's not the 5. So that is the 5, and it's green, as are all 5s. And so this is a 5. And so so now we know this sum is 6, as several people have pointed out. These could be 3, 3. That's still possible. Yes. No. I don't know that this is red, do I? Or sorry, I don't know that it's yellow. I can place the last 6. So both of these are red. Ranks says this is not 3 because yellow plus yellow is 5. But I don't understand what is being said. This is 2, 4 or 3, 3. Those are the only options. Oh, right. These two. So the thing that is being pointed out by Ranks and explained to me by Jay is that the sum of these two cells is 5 because they're not equal. And therefore, this can't be a 3 because it can't possibly add to 5 with that. So that's never a 3. So that's the yellow 1, 2. This is the yellow 3, 4. This is the yellow 1, 2. So this cell is the yellow 3, 4, I suppose. Just by magic. Is it 2, 4 or is it 3, 3, Jennifer? I don't see why it can't be 3, 3, but probably the fact that it can't be 3, 3 is probably the point of the puzzle, I'm going to guess. So that cell is red. So therefore, these are both yellow. So that is red. I'm being encouraged to continue coloring. So this is the yellow 3, 4. This is the yellow 1, 2. Not 3, 3 because of red. If it was 3, 3, then yellow is 4. Ah, yes. Yes. If it's 3, 3, the yellow 3, 4 is a 4, which means that one of these would need to be a 3, which doesn't work. So it does have to be 2, 4. And so if this is a 2, 4 pair, that means I know this digit's not a 2. And this digit I know is yellow, right? Because I can't add red and red. And so that is red. And so that is yellow. And so that is red. And so this 1 or 2 and a 2 or 4 okay. Sayori, by the way, had a much cleaner way of spotting this, which is that this cell sees the entirety of these 3 cells. And if this is not a 3, then there's a 3 up here. So one of these 3 cells is always a 3. So this could never be a 3. Okay, these two need to add to 5, and I can solve that equation as 1 and 4. Making that a 3 and a 1 and a 4, 2 and 1 and 4. 2 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 4 and 1, 2 and 3, 2 and 3, 4 and 1. Very lovely ideas there in that puzzle. I quite enjoyed that one. Very nice, Jay, who I suspect is probably going to sleep at this point. Okay, let's see. And we've got an M nasty 6x6 that I think we can finish up on called Bookends. Normal Sudoku rules. We have doublers. Digits do not repeat in cages. Each cage sums to a distinct total, with the double digits counting as twice their value. And the totals are ranked in order from lowest to highest. The number on the top left of the cage, if given, indicates this rank. Okay, so this is not saying this cage sums to 6. It's saying that this cage sums to the highest total. Okay, and so there are 6 total totals. And so these two digits these two cages that sum to a smaller total than this one, therefore this needs to be at least 11, no, at least 12, actually. I think this just has to be a doubled 6, right? Because these have to sum to 10 and 11 because of the distinct totals business. So this is a doubled 6. We can fill in that lots of things are not doublers because of that. And we know that one of these is 10 and one of these is 11. Now, they could still all be 1, 2, 3, 4. Could they be 1, 2, 3, 4 with a doubled 1, Sayori? I think it was... I had the same thought. Now, I do think we know there's not a 6 in either of these cages, because that would sum to 12. And so I think the 6 in row 4 is just naked. I think it's there, or hidden, whatever. Each digit is doubled once. So I think that being the 6, I think that is given. So there's now a 6 in this cage. Let's see. Yes. So we must have a doubled 1, right? Because the point is, yes, that's gorgeous. Okay, great spotting and great setting. One of these digits is doubled, and so one of them is a doubled 1. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them is doubled, and therefore that's a 5. And these are also 1, 2, 3, 4, because both of these cages now have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a 5 and a 6 up here to account for. Okay, the doubler is never here. if this is not doubled, oh, then this is. Sorry. This can well, this isn't doubled, because if this is doubled, then I also put a doubler down here. That's definitely never going to work. Likewise, this is not doubled because we know that one of these is doubled and only one of them is doubled. Okay, so now the point is, and DWeb has this, if I don't double this, I'm doubling something in this cage. That would make the cage sum to at least 10, because one of the digits in it is a 6, and 10 is the sum of one of these cages, so that doesn't work. So I can't double anything down there, and therefore I have to double something down there, and the something I doubled, we've said, is the 1. So no one's there, so that's a 1. I'm certainly not putting a 5 in the cage with the 6, so the 5 in the column goes up there. Certainly when I put my 5 and 6 down here, I'm not putting the 5 and 6 together, so this digit's definitely a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is certainly not doubled. Because we already knew the 1 was doubled in row 4, Ambrose. Because these cages needed a total to 10 and 11, and one of them had to have a doubler. So the digit that goes with this can't even, in fact, be a 4, actually. 4 would be too big. So one of these two is a 4. So that's not a 4 for what minuscule amount that I can leverage out of that. Yeah, Sarah seeing the same thing I did, probably being similarly disappointed when it didn't do as much as I had hoped it would when I saw it. Let's see. So yeah, this is with a 2 or a 3. And what is this 5 or 6 going with? Could it even be a 6? Okay. J40 is pointing out the double digit over here is a 5. That's huge. That's huge. Okay, so J40 has hit it on the head. The only digit that I can double here is a 5, because I've already doubled the 1 and the 6, and there's a 2, 3, 4. That means this cell isn't doubled, which means the cell that's in here is doubled, the one that's not a 5 or a 6. But the only way that works is double 2 with a 5. And so that's a 6. So we've got a double 2 with a 5 in here. So that's not a 2. In fact, that is a 2. And so now these are 1, 3, 4. That was not a 1. These are 1, 3, 4. So now this can't even be a 6 with a... Oh, sorry. This can't be a 6 with a... Oh, it already couldn't be a 6 with a 1. 6 with a 2 would be fine. 6 with a 3 would be fine, right? No, sorry. No. Sorry. This sums to 9. I've already forgotten in my brain that the 2 is doubled. That is where my brain is. So I can't make this sum to 9 is the point. 3, 6 is not allowed. 4, 6 is not allowed. So this has to be 2, 6, actually. So that's not a 2. And because that's a 3, 4 pair, that is a 2. And so what digit is it that's doubled in this box? It's got to be 3 or 4, right? Is that true? 3 and 4 are the only things I haven't doubled? No, I haven't doubled. No, yeah, we doubled 1, 5, 2, and 6. So 3 and 4. So one of these digits is a 3 or a 4, which forms a virtual 3-4 pair and makes that a 1. So we've got that. I may have done that in a circuitous way. That digit's now a 1 because column 1 probably needs a 1. So that's a 3 or a 4. Those are the same. Those are the same. That's that one. So the XE34 is the one that's doubled in this box because the OE34 is the one that's doubled here, which makes both of these gray. Which now makes this actually the place where the OE34 is doubled. Down here. So that has become a 5. So one of these is a 5. So right. So neither of these cells can be a 5 is J40's point. Because if either of these was a 5, well, then it's going under a 2, but it's a doubled 5 under a doubled 2. You can't do that. So so that's the doubled 5. So these are not doubled, of course. Placing the 5 over here, which places the doubled 2 there and the 5 there. This is amazing because now the doubler is in there and it's a 3 or a 4. But it can't be a 4 because 4 would be an 8 and this is summing to 8. So this has to be the doubled 3. So that's the doubled 4. This is assuredly one of my favorite 3x3s I've ever done on the channel. This is amazing. The setting in this is just chef's kiss brilliant. This is a 2 and that's a 6 and that's a 2. Did I say 3x3s? I think I did say 3x3s. It is double a 3x3. See, that's the we'll say that was what I had in mind. Adding more cells so that it was a 6x6 helped. Wonderful puzzle. Yeah. That was absolutely amazing. Alrighty. But I do think that is a good note to end on. But oh my word, yeah, that was great. This one was good too. This one, but this one, the M Nasty's puzzles just always have so much personality and humor to them. It really stands out. Yeah, a 9x9 version of this would be interesting. I'm not sure you could get it to be quite so punchy, but maybe. But just every step in this just felt so deliberate and intentional. It's one of those rare puzzles where, like, as you're doing it, everything you deduce, you're just like 100% certain that you have deduced the exact thing that the setter intended. All right. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Do please like the stream. Again, like I mentioned, we've been getting a few fewer viewers lately. I'm pretty sure it's a YouTube algorithm thing. If you throw likes at us, it will make the YouTube algorithm like us more, and then there'll be more people, and it will be fun. So anyway, thank you. Welcome to all the new viewers, by the way. Somehow we've had fewer viewers and a lot of new viewers at the same time. So welcome to everyone. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Many first-time watchers, or at least first-time live watchers today. So thank you very much. New chatters. Yep, new chatters as well. If you would like to support the stream financially, you can do that by clicking the join button down below to become a YouTube member. That's where all the people with the green names in chat with the little windmills next to them, that is what they have done. So Thank you very much to them. And if you do that as well, we'll greatly appreciate it as well. It really does help keep the stream going, keep the lights on, keep us continuing to figure out what new and exciting things that we can do around stream. So thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all when I stream again on Sunday. So thank you very much. And thank you, as always, to our turbines, David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, Nell, and Dorlear. Thank you so much. I don't think we have our next guest scheduled yet. I'm sure we will work one soon. We had this long list of guests scheduled, and then we bought a house and lived in an Airbnb for a bit. So then we had to cancel on a bunch of people. So we're going to slowly collect the Tom and Scott, I'm hoping, and etc. And it's been a while since we had ranks going. We should have ranks going again. There's plenty of people who we should have guest. Actually, now that I mentioned that, I do know someone surprising, maybe not surprising, but I do know someone that Tristan has been arranging to guest as well. So I do know about one upcoming guest. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Thanks so much. I love hanging out with you as always. And I look forward to hanging out with you again soon. So thanks for watching. By the way, as always, leave a comment if you're watching this in the VOD. And thanks for watching. Bye for now. Oops.